porque me dejas. Bueno, mira, señora, ay señorita, nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí y siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo. Y si te sientes más feliz, y si te sientes más feliz, oye, y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta. Saxofón con Cristian. Toca.
Señora.
Señora, ay ven acá, señora, oh, ay ven, señora, mira, y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad y solito en la eternidad. Ay señora, ay señora, vuélvete acá, vuélvete, ay señora, ya se fue. Oye, muéstrame tu tierra, mami. Vamos juntos, vaya. Bueno, mira. Oye, llévame al campo, la tierra donde naciste. Carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplar de la sierra, contemplar de los valles, y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira de nuevo, estamos viajando lejos, pero vale la pena tu tierra. Escucha.
Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será.
Siempre la será, mamá.
Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará.
Óyelo bien, mamita.
Y siempre la será.
Siempre la será,
Aquí
oye.
es tu tierra y siempre la recordará.
Siempre la recordará.
Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será.
Vamos para allá, mamita
Aquí es tu
linda.
tierra y siempre la
Vamos,
recordará.
vamos para allá,
Aquí es
mamá.
tu tierra y siempre la será.
Siempre la será, oye.
Tierra y siempre la recordará.
Camina, como dice.
Tierra y siempre la será.
Siempre la será,
Tierra y
mamá.
siempre la recordará.
La tierra.
Tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra.
Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita.
Tierra, tierra.
Siempre será tu tierra.
Tierra, tierra.
Camina para allá, camina.
Por siempre aquí estará.
La, 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 la. Oye.
Siempre aquí estará. Siempre aquí estará.
Fui pa' allá, pa, pa, pa. Suena la trompeta ahí.
Siempre aquí estará.
Ay, qué rico.
I'll answer this question, by the way, in a second. yo, yo, yo. How we all doing, folks? TGI Fridays. What's up? Okay, first question in the chat. Hey, I saw your video on the legality of Trump's third term, and I don't understand the second claim you made about how the Electoral College voter could be directed to vote for Trump by their state government. Wouldn't it still be unconstitutional for the state's electors to elect Trump per the 22nd Amendment, even if directed as such by their state? So the second point that I was making there was about whether or not states could put Trump on the ballot as the name on the ballot, and basically about the reviewability of that decision. So separate in your mind, right? Like the question of whether the electors are going to vote for a particular person, and whether the state can put on the ballot the name Trump. Right? So just because the electors are prevented from voting for Trump doesn't mean that the state couldn't put on their ballot Trump. These are Trump electors. And so the deviousness that I was talking about is using the logic of Anderson, whether or not a state could, if it wanted to, put on its ballots the name Trump and have the citizens vote for Trump, but the electors just know amongst themselves they're going to vote for Vance, and then Vance is going to resign and let Trump assume office. So it doesn't give a distinction in terms of what the electors are going to do, but just in terms of what the people are going to see when they vote, assuming that there's still an election. But isn't it redundant whether Trump wins the ballot election if he can't be elected by... No, this is just to... So one problem that people have saw is, well, the ballot's going to have to say Vance. And so even if they try to do this plan, it's not going to be as helpful because Trump won't be the name on the ballot. It'll be Vance Trump, not Trump Vance. And that'll make a difference or something. Or maybe a state will be prevented from having him appear even as a vice president if they interpret it that way. But I'm basically just suggesting that this strategy, they could try to take advantage of the lack of review potential in state rules regarding what names they put on the ballot, not changing the constitutional method by which you would assume office. To be honest, I said, okay, I'm going to draw this. I get very frustrated when people don't understand, so it's not your fault. It's probably me. Okay. So let's do 1 and 2. Okay. The EC votes for Vance. Step 2, Vance resigns. Okay? And Trump for VP. Okay? So EC votes for Vance for P. Step 2, Vance resigns. You follow this? This is not change. The deviousness I'm talking about does not change this. Okay, Exol? It's for Exol. So what I'm talking about doesn't change this. This is kind of like what I've identified as the constitutional loophole. Vance resigns, and then Trump is not elected president. He assumes office. You get me? So you understand 1 and 2. EC votes Vance for P and Trump for VP. And so Vance is elected president. Trump has not been elected president. Trump has been elected VP. And Trump is eligible for VP because Trump is eligible for P. Trump is just not eligible to be elected P. Okay, you understand? Okay, so the thing I'm suggesting with the state stuff doesn't affect this, okay? So don't let anything I'm about to tell you affect this process. This process is not changing. And this is maybe an error in how I'm explaining it. Maybe too technical. There's a separate question, right? Which is, what will the state ballot say? Right? Because these states, they still have elections. These contests for ECs, EVs, electoral votes, and electors, those are state-run affairs. And all states have decided to have popular elections. And so the separate question of what will the state ballot say, and the reason we're asking this is there are intuitions about how this might affect people's voting patterns. If people see Vance at the top of the ticket, are they going to vote less for Trump than if Trump is at the top of the ticket? Does that intuition make sense, right? Like, will the state be allowed to list Trump as the presidential selection on there's a literal ballot, right? A literal ballot where things are written down. So this question about what the state ballot would say is different than the functional, what's going to happen, how does Trump get a third term? Do you understand that these are different things? The state, they could have no state ballot, right? They could just assign their electors to Trump. A state could just not even have an election. So none of this affects the constitutional thing. What I'm talking about is just what the state ballot says. Okay? Do you understand that right now? And then I'll get into what I'm saying. And the reason we're talking about this is because people have different intuitions. I believe so. Yeah, that's not giving me a ringing endorsement. So I'm going to make sure I understand this. So that we understand this. People are like, well, even if you're planning this, how will the people know you're planning this, right? How will people know that when they're voting for Vance, they're really voting for Trump? And so people are going to be dissuaded to vote for Vance because there's some margin by which people would prefer Trump over Vance. That's the logic of it. They're like, and so one response to, well, how would people know if this plan is happening and that they plan to have Trump have a third term? Well, one way is like, well, why don't we just put Trump as the presidential, the top of the ticket? Like, what if we just put Trump at the top of the ticket? But then they'll be like, okay, you can't do that because there's like, if you put that Trump is at the top of the ticket, you're kind of like lying on the form because they're not really bound to Trump or something, right? You can't. And what I'm basically suggesting is some of the court's precedent in Anderson, or making some kind of rule that state electors are not bound. Some states bind their electors to whatever vote here is, and just or changing it so candidates don't appear that it's just political parties. That there are ways that you could deviously, thank you so much, deviously affect what the state ballot says. And that some of the court's reviewability doctrines and its, purported unwillingness to get involved might limit the shenanigans that they could get to. I'll respond to Josiah's super chat in a second. I don't understand his per this 22nd isn't an elector's vote. Yeah, so I'm not saying this point was too like narrow. And people I think are misunderstanding it. I'm not saying that this will change. Yes, it would still be unconstitutional to vote for Trump, for the Electoral College to vote for Trump. This is only and specifically and exclusively, and however other many words you want to say, about what appears on the state ballot. That there could be, based on the court's precedent, some shenanigans that one could play to have the state ballot appear in such a way as to reflect the deviousness of this other plan. Do you get me? So the precedent of the court and other bullshittery of the Electoral College system might give Trump some deviousness, some play on the joints, some flexibility in designing a state ballot that would properly and meaningfully convey that they intend to do this. That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense? A trick to make the people understand, not maybe even a trick, but like a way to get the people on notice that they're planning to do this kind of third term substitution. No, not that Trump would therefore be able to be elected president, but that the people would know that they have this plan. The people who are voting, presumably in this state election, that they would have some understanding that Trump's name would appear. That there's limitation. So the plan in itself sounds so. I'm just basically suggesting that this plan is constitutionally, I think, grounded, and that I think are methods under which Trump could try ways to have the ballot reflect the plan so as not to thwart his desires. You get me? But by itself, not. I know. I do think that this by itself, like if this just happened, right? If Vance just ran for president and then resigned, I think that it would be constitutional for Trump just to take it. But the problem is, like, people want Trump to run for a third term, or some people do, because they think that he will be more popular than Vance. And I actually think he is more popular than Vance, even among independents. So how are you going to tell the people, hey, you're not really voting for Vance, you're voting for Trump? One way to do it would be to put like Trump's name on the ballot. But don't worry, even though our electors are going to vote for Vance, you're really voting for Trump. You understand? We'll talk about Carr in a second, and I'll get to Josiah's super chat. But I just want to make sure we understand this. Trump can be vice, right? Trump can be vice because the 12th Amendment just simply states that the qualifications for Veep are the same as Peep. I know that doesn't make sense. I'm saying, right? Like, so if you're qualified to be president, which I think you would be, you just can't be elected. It's just a restriction on election to an office, not qualification to the office. You understand? I get that this would be great to bolster turnout, but I want to clarify my understanding that even if Trump's name's on the ballot, it's not legally binding to make Trump. Correct. Yeah, no, it's not legally binding. No. What the things that that are stated on state ballots don't like distort other parts of the Constitution. Correct. You're not right. Wrong. That's why I was trying at the beginning to be, and maybe I tried to make it. It's too narrow of a point that I didn't clarify well enough in the video. But the only point is basically that Trump can mess with, or maybe there's some flexibility for Trump to have the ballot reflect this devious plan so that people aren't like, oh, I don't want to vote for Vance. I wanted to vote for Trump, but since he's not on the top, like I don't really want to vote for him. Yep, no problem. All right, let me go to Josiah. So Josiah says, I want to tell you about the one time, oh, you're just doing a masturbation joke? Twitter panicking about Trump's major escalation in his war on free speech. Colbert in months. Kimball in mere days. Give me your TLDR. Yeah, so here's my TLDR. I think that this is obviously very concerning. What's more concerning me is the kind of compliance by ABC, who I do consider a victim in all this, I'm gonna be honest. But that doesn't really mean that, and thank you so much for the super chat, that I think that like they did something brave or good. ABC should not have done this. And it's pretty gross that they did. Now, I understand that they were coerced. I do believe they were coerced. But this is what I find very alarming. I also found it alarming for the law firms and for some of the schools. And so some of these private actors like Wall Street Journal, tech, right? This kind of compliance, which it reminds you a little bit of the plutocratic states or kleptocracy. I don't know what to say, how to call it. Like Russia and shit like that, where these titans of industry, these institutions have to pay fealty to the dear leader, give him a little taste, give him a little cut. That behavior, it reminds me a lot of Ukraine, right? What was the problem with the PGO's office? It was very corrupt because everyone was getting bribed. And so government enforcement starts to resembles like a mafia, almost like a racket, right? What do you do with the mafia? Why do you pay protection fees to the mafia? You pay protection fees to the mafia because you don't want them to come and destroy your store. So at this point, right, like just like the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office, the federal government is acting like the mafia, and they're leaning on people and be like, oh, it'd be really shame if something were to happen to your store. It'd be really shame if something were to happen to your license. And this compliance are like how a store might comply in like the mafia context. But instead of it being like just a mom and pop store or, I don't know, a casino or something, these are like major, very powerful entities with lawyers and shit that would have massive public support, and it's all out in the open. So like, yeah. And it's all done not for public benefit, but for personal and political benefit. It's not done because really we're just concerned about misinformation from Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, who by the denotive words he used, didn't say anything false. You know, he was accurate in his statement. He arguably implied something that turned out to be untrue. Yeah, no, we went over NRA v. Volo yesterday, I believe. So the heads up. And I'm open to talk. I saw a comment to Lonerbox if he has questions about it. But that's what's, I think, most concerning to me is this kind of anticipatory compliance by the private actors who are the victims. Who are, you know, they're still victims. I would still consider ABC a victim of the Trump administration in this context. But they're also complying with this demand when they have other options, I think, at their disposal. And I think they would have a pretty good case if it were heard by the federal courts. In terms of my views of the government, to me, this is just like a further escalation of what I've been talking about now for months. And it's important. I'm not doing this and saying this just because I think I'm Nostradamus, or because I think that like I'm very special in predicting this or calling this out. I don't think I'm special. This is very easy to see coming, but it starts with people who are like less sympathetic, and it's gonna keep getting closer to the core thing that we're worried about. Like we were already in a state where the presidency was being used by Trump to give favors to his family and whatever, and to encroach on the First Amendment. Both of those things. And that was evident in how they were treating people like Mahmoud Khalil, Rameza Ozturk, and the schools, as well as the law firms. Those were all First Amendment issues. But people didn't really care as much for the immigrants because, oh, they're immigrants. How many people, or because they're pro-Palestinian, or because of like the nature of the speech at issue. So these are all the things that I was calling out, right? Like the immigration stuff. Immigration, we'll do Hassan and global entry. Law firms, this is just for me. I don't expect you to read this. The law firms, the schools. So for immigrations, people were like, well, these people that had like kind of pro-Palestinian views, we don't really care that much about them, and they're not citizens. For Hassan global entry, they're like, oh, well, his opinions are unhinged, and global entry is a privilege, not a right. That's what people would say, things like that. For the law firms, it's like, oh, these are like white shoe law firms. They have a ton of money, and so like they're not super sympathetic. For the schools, it's like, oh, well, don't they get public money, and didn't they do like so? And again, people don't have much sympathy sometimes for these elite institutions. And all the while, like, don't worry, this is not for American citizens and their, exercising their core freedoms. But it always was, right? All of these were attacks on your liberty. And these are serial and escalating. And the FCC, recall, was already engaged in pressuring and threats. Trump's individual lawsuits against media organizations, against, for example, the Des Moines Register, because of a poll. His attack, lawsuits against CBS, against CNN, etc. So all of this was serial and escalating and predictable. And now we're at a point where we're talking about mass prosecutions and hate speech laws being applied, which don't exist, being applied to people who disagree with Charlie Kirk's legacy or something. And certainly of Trump. I mean, Trump, this is the clip.
It's all that. Look, that's something that should be talked about for licensing too. When you have a network and you have evening shows and all they do is hit Trump, that's all they do. If you go back, I guess they haven't had a conservative on in years or something, somebody said. But when you go back and you take a look, all they do is hit Trump. They're licensed. They're not allowed to do that. They're an arm of the Democrat Party.
They're not allowed to do that. So he's not even hiding it at all. They're not allowed to criticize me all the time. They're licensed. They're not allowed to criticize me. And that has a clear trajectory towards you. And it already has affected you. It has affected you in terms of your ability to obtain certain information from certain organizations that are scared to post it. There was, the Wall Street Journal nixed a cartoon that was critical of Trump. Because they're afraid of Trump. Because Bezos is afraid of Trump. They don't oh no, this one's not going to affect our coverage. I'm sorry, this is not even Wall Street Journal. This is Washington Post. New York Times, I think, thankfully, is standing up to Trump's recent lawsuit. But yeah, that said, I am pleased by the reaction on Kimmel, and I'm going to say something perhaps a little bit controversial. Who's ready? Who's ready for my controversy? Okay. The Kimmel story is more important than the Charlie Kirk story. And it's not even close. People were posting about this. Oh my God, the liberals will get so mad about fucking Jimmy Kimmel, but they don't say a word about Charlie Kirk. Kimmel losing his job is more important to these liberals than Charlie Kirk's assassination. In some sense, yes. Of course. Of course it is. Why? Because authoritarian overreach into the First Amendment, that affects our lives, all of us. We're talking about corruption and ultra-virus acts by the government, illegal conduct by the government, versus the actions of a coward assassin. Yeah, I don't even think it's a hot take. I just want to prepare people. Like, that's not controversial. It should not be controversial, I should say. Our rights matter more as relates to government than each other. Because yes, people can violate, other people's rights. I suppose, you have an inherent right to life. But it's when the government starts violating these rights that we're actually concerned, because we've given them the monopoly of violence. And so, yes, I think I've said that Charlie Kirk's assassination is a hugely significant moment in our country's history. That's my opinion. But it's a country that has a long legacy of assassinations, unfortunately, and political violence. And I'm sorry, I'm going to care more about the rights violation, the government overreach, than I am about the crazed assassin and the aftermath thereof, specifically related to the killing. And you should too, just being honest. Just being 100% honest. This shit can get out of hand super fast. It already is, by the way. It already is. But in response to it, I don't think that we should be hysterical and panicked. I think our tools continue to be our wit, irony, jokes, mocking, truth-telling.
Gentlemen.
We're now going to listen to my queen. I say it tongue-in-cheek, but I would support her in a bid for president. And AOC, I'm told, voted against honoring Charlie Kirk with a day of remembrance, like a national day of remembrance of Charlie Kirk, which I think just passed the Senate and passed the House. I think she was one of 30 or so reps who voted against it. It's an absolute disgrace that this vote passed, and I am firmly against having a day of honoring Charlie Kirk's legacy. I hope that that's clear to everybody. Unanimous in the Senate, yeah. But that's probably because of the procedures there. I'm not sure. Did everyone vote for it? My guess is it's more for the unanimous consent type thing, but who knows? But I do want to just 100% clear. This is an area where I think, yeah, we're not even going to talk about a National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk if there's no National Day of Remembrance for A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Put that up there. And I am totally against the country honoring his legacy, because I don't think it's an honorable legacy. But this is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, hopefully our next president.
I thank Gentleman Representative Green for his graciousness. Today, the Republican House majority brought to the floor a resolution honoring, quote, honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's assassination was a horrific and vile attack and incident of political violence. And condemning the depravity of Kirk's brutal murder is a straightforward matter, one that is especially important to help stabilize an increasingly unsafe and volatile political environment where everyday people feel more at risk. We can deeply disagree and come together as a country to denounce the horror of this killing. And it is not a license for the abuse of power and whitewashing of American history. Today's resolution only underscores the majority's recklessness by choosing to author this condemnation and honoring on a purely partisan basis, instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy with one of the many bipartisan options to condemn political violence and Kirk's murder, as we did with the late Melissa Hortman. Instead, the majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today. We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. A man who believed that the Civil Rights Act that granted Black Americans the right to vote was a mistake. Who, after the violent attack on Paul Pelosi, claimed that, quote, some amazing patriot, unquote, should bail out his brutal assailant, and accused Jews of controlling, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it, unquote. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working, quote, working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution.
It's true, and I support AOC's determination not to vote for this resolution. I think it's a disgraceful resolution. I would not support it. I want to address one of these comments. It says a low-rating, already censored show on government licensed network was canceled after the host misrepresented reality about a crime, which one could argue is a violation of 47 CFR section 73.1217. Democratic partisans lose again. I just want to be clear, like, when you get these types of people in the chat and replies, just not like, they are so pathetically stupid, right? Like, they're citing a regulation, 47 CFR section 73.1217, which in their minds preempts the First Amendment, right? Even if it were true that, and why don't we follow the pin site here? Because half the time they fucking get this wrong. No licensee or permittee of any broadcast station shall broadcast false information concerning a crime or catastrophe if, one, the licensee knows the information is false, it is foreseeable that the broadcast of the information will cause substantial public harm, and broadcast of the information does, in fact, directly cause substantial public harm. Any programming accompanied by a disclaimer will be presumed not to pose foreseeable harm if the disclaimer clearly characterizes the program as a fiction and is presented in a way that is reasonable under the circumstances. For purposes of this rule, quote, public harm must begin immediately and cause direct and actual damage to property or to the health or safety of the general public or diversion of law enforcement and other public health and safety authorities of their duties. The public harm will be deemed foreseeable if the licensee could expect with a significant degree of certainty that public harm would occur. A crime is any act or omission that makes the offender subject to the criminal punishment by law, a catastrophe, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so assume, right? Assume that this law and regulation is constitutional as applied in this case. I think that you shouldn't make that assumption. I think that it's not clear to me that the FCC is allowed to do content and viewpoint-based restrictions on people's determinations of like who did a crime. That to me is not at all to me clear that they have a First Amendment right to do that. It would be like saying, you know, if you go on the airs and say you think that Jeffrey Epstein killed this person, right? You think Jeffrey Epstein did not act alone, right? Because you have an opinion about who did a crime. Like if you take the view that Jeffrey Epstein was like working with the Democrats or something, can the government punish you on the basis of your point of view over who did a crime? So you should not accept that this regulation is constitutional as applied to punish the views of one individual based on their viewpoint over who did a crime. That to me is not clear that that is constitutional at all. There's case law on certain indecent material, which was a 5-4 decision from the 70s on George Carlin. But the true scope of the FCC regulations has not been thoroughly tested, in part because the FCC has refrained from doing super absurd applications of law in the past. And I do not think that it is constitutional to use the FCC to punish over one's particular view on who is responsible for a crime. I mean, that to me is bizarre. And a regulation can't, of course, preempt the First Amendment. Cannot. Put that aside. Now let's even assume that that is constitutional to be applied to someone in this context, which, again, I want to stress, I don't think it is at all. Even if it were, he didn't say anything false, right? He didn't say anything false. At best, where is the actual clip? Let me get the clip. Ziggy played guitar. Oh, this is the quote.
MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing.
That is not a false statement. The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it in between the finger pointing. What's the lie there? What's the lie? There's no false statement. This is like his opinion based on what his intuition of what the Republicans are doing or MAGA is doing. They're desperately trying to characterize a kid as someone other than them. Now, you can say that there's some kind of implication there that he doesn't think that it was someone other than MAGA, right? In other words, he thinks it's MAGA. But he doesn't state that at all. And you can't prove that he thought that that was false. You think he knew it was false? If you're coming out with later in time information to be like, hey, it turns out after we have these texts that you were wrong. By the way, we still don't have a full scope of what occurred. And, but like he could, I think, credibly say, even if it was a false statement, how did he know it was false? And then even worse, right? This notion that this is going to cause substantial public harm. It's the Trump people themselves, right? Look at this guy's statement that he said. He said, a low ratings already censored show on a government licensed network. So as Trump and these like literal 2 IQ gremlins are saying, right? These literal 2 IQ gremlins is that the show doesn't have much reach. And so what is your evidence of substantial public harm? Where public harm is the immediate, direct, and actual damage to property or health or safety. Literally, like, you're basically saying no one watches this fucking show, which is actually probably, like, it doesn't have a huge viewership anymore. It's been decreasing in significance and relevance and shit. The people who watch it are just fucking resistance libs, like 50-year-olds. What's the evidence that this is going to, that it is foreseeable that this will cause substantial public harm to say this? Say that, yeah, MAGA desperately wants to paint this as someone other than themselves. That's going to cause substantial public harm? Give me a break. You don't even believe it. And then does it in fact cause substantial public? What's the substantial public harm by him saying this? Like, everyone was saying this immediately after the shooting, before he said this. Was, yeah, Trump, the MAGA people are trying to find any way to blame someone else other than MAGA. They're desperately trying to find this person be trans, be lib, be communist, be this or that. There's like, there just is no evidence that he caused substantial public harm. So this 2 IQ gremlin comes in the chat, brings up a regulation, FCC regulation, that probably is not even constitutional to apply in these kinds of contexts to discriminate against the, I'm going to say stronger. I believe it is blatantly, it would be blatantly a constitutional violation to use this regulation as a justification for viewpoint discrimination. I mean, that's insane. That there's just an ability for the FCC to say false information, false information, false information. Yeah, if it's false information, we just get to decide what's true or not, right? That we can have a ministry of truth, that the government can be a ministry of truth and like fine people and use the government authority to punish individuals based on their viewpoints. Like Jesus Christ, they have that ability. So I believe it to be hugely, blatantly unconstitutional to apply in this manner as being anticipated. So 2IQ guy brings that up, regulation that's probably unconstitutional to apply in this manner. Hasn't been significantly tested in the courts anyway. Then the regulation by its terms only applies to false information that one knows is false. There's no false statement in what Jimmy Kimmel said. Completely true. 3, there's no indication that he would know, no evidence that he knew it was false, even if it was false. 4, there is like a direct contradictory notion of substantial public harm because they are the ones saying that Jimmy Kimmel doesn't matter and he's totally irrelevant and no one listens to him. And then 5, there's just no evidence that he actually caused any substantial public harm, by which we mean direct, imminent, actual damage to property or to the health or safety of the general public. It's absurd on every single level. The case has been and this guy types it in the Twitch chat thinking that he's like responding and saying something smart. He's like, literally 2IQ. You are dumber if you listen to these MAGA influencers who claim to be, smarter people. Like the Will Chamberlains of the world, who are these like conservative MAGA lawyers? There's another one. Julie Kellys of the world. John Solomons of the world. These type individuals who present themselves as fact finders, get into the weeds, they are 2IQ gremlins. And all of their sycophants and followers who just believe the government, slurp up their slop. And the proof is in the pudding. XNB. Join the Discord call and we'll have a conversation about it. And he responds, he says, anyone sane can answer those questions themselves from the position of a Kimmel opponent. If you were ABC, would you want your host opening up to such litigation? So he's so stupid, right? XNB. So this is how dumb you are, right? So now he's no longer talking about the regular, this is me proof that like these people can't even follow any kind of linear conversation at all, right? He stopped talking about CFR, which he brought up, right? He brought up the regulation. He said, this is arguable. Anyone sane can answer these questions, those questions. And instead of talking about the CFR, now he's talking about firing on the basis of litigation risk. So instead of talking about the potential action by the FCC, now he's talking about ABC firing over litigation risk. These people are 1IQ gremlins. They can't follow a conversation or a single train of thought. All they have are memorized talking points, and they lose on the FCC CFR point, on the regulation point, and then they immediately jump to, well, what about litigation risk? So just to show you how stupid this is, right? On the one hand, we're examining the legality of the action of the FCC, whether what the FCC that is proposed to do, whether that would be constitutional, okay, following of the regulation. And the other thing that he just brought up is like whether what ABC did is justifiable. And talking about litigation risk. These guys are 1IQ, bro. Immediately jumps off to a different point. Now we can address all of these, right? But like, this is also, remember that guy North yesterday? Everyone I talk to they love doing this. Tim Pool himself does this. Their brains are so smooth. They have not enough gray matter that they cannot follow a single train of thought. XNB, you are welcome to join the Discord ASAP. Join it. And that's what I mean. Like, the people who try to get in the weeds without either the training or like the right influencers who give them the good information, like they get the slop. They're actually less educated. They're actually lower IQ than someone with no information on the subject whatsoever. Oh, I already contended with the FCC. Like, the thing is, I want a concession on the CFR. Or like, let's not move on. I'm happy to address the litigation risk question and whether or not that would justify a termination in this context. I'm happy to jump and talk about that, but like, let's address them one at a time. I just don't understand like why you brought up this argument, right? This guy brought up this argument and he immediately wants to move off. And that to me is an indication of bad faith. If you bring something up, I'm crushing you on it, and then you immediately want to move off to something else. That's like, well, why am I even having this conversation? It's like, I break off one of the petals of your argument. Let's say your argument is a flower. I break one of them, and it doesn't affect your prior on it. It's like there's no like, you didn't actually care about that argument, right? You brought up something. I addressed it. You didn't have a response. And now you don't care. You just want to move on. Ultimately, though, to give you the answer, ABC's decision making here, I think is, perhaps, I don't know what Jimmy's contract is with them, what's going on, whether ABC morally or ethically did the right thing isn't like the core argument that I think most people care the most about. It's something that I care about. I talked about that ethically. I thought they did the wrong thing. Because, yeah, you are actually increasing litigation risk by keeping Jimmy Kimmel on. But that's just the price of being a true patriot in America, is fighting against the tyrannical government by accepting some form of litigation risk. So ethically, I think that you have an ethical obligation to accept the greater litigation risk. That's ethically what I think is required. But the true thing here is like, yeah, if they fired him over litigation risk, you're basically just agreeing that the government is strong-arming them because they're threatening them with litigation. And the misconduct that I'm alleging, the principal misconduct, is the government. So saying, yeah, ABC, they're just responding rational to threats of litigation. In some sense, it's accepting the notion of coercion. They're being threatened by the government with litigation. So yeah, it's rational in that sense to fire Kimmel. But you're just saying, yeah, okay, they would fire him because there's litigation. Yeah, because the fucking government's threatening him with litigation. Dipshit. So that plays into my point, which is the government's the one doing the wrong here. The principal wrong is the strong arming, the coercion, the threats. Are you arguing that the FCC is going to sue ABC? Litigation applies lawsuit? Yes, the FCC could initiate litigation, or it could just apply some fine or remove their license, in which case there would be potential for litigation, and probably would be litigation to get their license back. And they want to avoid the expenditure of fighting the government in court by just complying with them and not having to go in the court in the first place. So yes, nothing about what I'm saying is inconsistent. If they pulled their license from ABC, or if they initiated some gross and disproportionate fine to ABC, by complying, they're eliminating those litigation expenses. Also, litigation doesn't only apply a lawsuit, by the way. You're just wrong about that. Litigation also involves, settlement postures, negotiations, any kind of adversarial proceeding, and anticipation of potentially of an adversarial proceeding, some kind of legal proceeding. That's what people refer to litigation. So, for example, you're litigating if you're settling before a lawsuit's even filed. That's a form of litigation. It's, the practice of law related to usually adversarial legal proceedings. XNB still yap and won't get Discord. And that's, you can tell. Thank you so much. ¿Cómo estás, Jose? You can also tell that because I'm not getting any I had a couple conservatives actually drop out from a debate that was being planned with me because they can't defend it. Okay, I'm looking for Trump-related debates. So immigration and crime related to what Trump is doing would be great. Sorry, I responded to some debate people. You're doing a Mott and Bailey where one argument is that Jimmy Kimmel's show violated 47 CFR 73.1217 and that the FCC could implement penalties for it, and the others they are vulnerable to lawsuits arguing that they violated 47 CFR section 73.1217. No. So first of all, I am not doing anything. I'm responding just to what people are saying. So someone brought up the 47 CFR 73.1217. Now, what the particular remedy is to a violation of 47 CFR 73.1217, perhaps they could. I don't think they could do a prior restraint based on that misconduct. But I'm sure the government could do other kinds of actions. They could probably pull your license, or purport to pull your license. Right? The FCC purportedly has the ability to control that. They could impose a fine on you, and what I'm telling you is that litigation risk associated with those things, litigation doesn't just refer to lawsuits. It could also refer to proceedings, in lawsuits in court. It could also refer to proceedings before executive agencies, proceedings before the FCC itself. Litigation is a broader term than just lawsuits, okay? And second of all, I'm not doing a Mott and Bailey. Someone else then says ABC might have fired him over litigation risk. That's what that person said. And I'm saying that those things are different things, for sure. And ABC's conduct in facing litigation risk, litigation potentially from the government, or litigation that they would have to initiate in order to save their license or to save their business. Right? Litigation risk is not just being the defendant. It's also needing to have to be the plaintiff. So you guys just have a bizarrely narrow notion of what litigation risk is just being sued. I promise you that's not the case. Litigation risk is also having to sue to enforce your rights. Like, should we take this deal? If we take this deal, it's possible the tenant won't move out and we'll have to initiate a lawsuit. You fucking idiot. So don't try to correct me. Don't say it's a Mott and Bailey, right? Like, it's so insane. You guys are so confident and so fucking stupid. Litigation risk is also having to sue to get your license. Yes. 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 That is litigation risk. Absolutely. The risk of litigation. If you make a deal, let's say that you're a deal and you're the litigation associate on the deal, and you're like, hey, we need you to go over all of these potential areas where there could be litigation risk. You would be expected not just to say, well, who could sue us, but what might we have to sue to enforce some right? The full scope of litigation risk isn't just who could sue me. And by the way, the government probably could sue if there's frequent violations of its regulations, assuming that the regulations are constitutional. There are lawsuits in which the FCC could come as plaintiff. So you guys are it's so stupid. So especially people who think that they're learning shit, they are the dumbest. It's that uncanny valley thing. What is that? It's the people who learn a little bit. They're the least informed. And the administrative hearings are also litigation. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger. Oh, are you responding to XMBXB? Okay, cool. Sorry. You catching some strays? It's okay. It's okay to catch some strays. So yeah, litigation risk is like a broad concept here, but basically it's pointing to something distinct. That is to say, what ABC is doing, whether what they're doing is legal or okay, which is different than whether what the FCC is doing is legal or okay. It's not worth fighting with you because politics is just a game for you. You never face true adversary for your actions politically, so it's just sports for you. I hope you're not talking about me. That's the Copa. Oh, yeah, I'm around. I'm going to call Connor. Connor's not answering. I'm around. Pick up, you fool. I just called you. I might talk to Counterpoints for a second. All right. Doobie, get Connor on the line. All right, we're going to talk to Connor in a second. Thank you so much for the membership. Yeah, MAGA cucks have never faced hardship. That's why they make a meme out of it. Oh, okay, that's what you're talking about. All right, let's see what Connor's saying right now.
I don't care if you're a Nazi. I don't care if you're a communist.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't care if people are Nazis. Very cool. What were we talking about? You guys interrupted me. I was in a flow state, and this XN whatever guy just totally removed my flow state. Do you see them actually removing licenses? Sorry, I'm not so sure what the different government branches are in the current case. Okay. We got executive, legislative, judicial, and under the executive, one of the commissions, independent commissions, supposedly, is the FCC. So the FCC has some control over certain broadcast licenses. And so this is Trump over this. And they do have some authority over not cable, but people who like use the airwaves, right? Or used to use the airwaves. Okay, let me try to finagle.
Black Rainbow, good to see you. MAGA is the new age SJW in every way behaviorally. True. Black Rainbow for another 5 says, I promise you, Palestinians are feeling the tremendous amount of political violence. All politics is violence. It's at least power, and power is absolutely rooted in violence. So yeah, I'm with you. Grassroots for another 10. Destiny is both wrong and unempathetic. You can afford to be one, not both.
Is Connor just always
Grassroots for 10 says, I
behind?
will not tolerate this anti-smoker rhetoric. Nice. Grassroots for 20 says, Connor was joking. I'm not. If my cigarettes go over $17 a pack in the U.S., there will be blood in the streets.
What the
Corbin
fudge?
for 2 says, how am I supposed to join?
Why is he always
I'm sorry for
so
that.
behind?
Black Rainbow says, I'm a Giga F slur. You get a pass for using the gay word derogatorily. Thank you. I parasocially appreciate it. Newman X for 5 says, okay, yeah, but like what? Black Rainbow says, I'm a radical leftist, barring the skeptical of the value of liberal capitalism. Liberal capitalism bought MAGA. Just happen to think you're open-minded. That's why I like you. Well, thank you. We've been, I think we've been Twitter mutuals for a while. Real Serious for 200 ARS is, I think, D-Man's point, which I don't wholly agree with, is
We
that
need to get Connor on the line. He's always way behind. God damn.
Comes home late, and another that killed someone.
All right, we're going to get him on. We're going to get him on. I believe it.
Horrible children. Sure, but the kid who killed somebody in a DUI needs to stop going to DUI and may need to be incarcerated. The kid who has bad grades still needs to improve their academics. Black Rainbow for $10 says, check out Trump's TikToks. They are clamoring about pedophile Milo unretiring to defend MAGA to see DM
every
on X.
damn
yeah, that's crazy.
time.
Admut for 5 says, do you think there's merit to what DGG is signaling rather than saying authenticity and not giving a fuck? That is
God,
what they
all
love
they
about
do
Trump.
is
yeah,
just
sure,
fucking
I mean, go for it, but I'm still going to criticize you if I disagree with your tactics.
Fuck around.
Black Rainbow became a member. Thank you kindly for all your support.
He's
Black
an
Rainbow.
hour behind chat.
Says, have you seen Jocko Willink's recent title, Declared Hostile? I was recommended it. I heard it's pretty white pill, and it's awesome. I'm also going to thank everybody else who donated because you guys absolutely went insane yesterday. You also went insane today. Nasty Nate, Anonymous Chatter, Fast and Bulbous, Grassroots
This is
Hegemon,
crazy.
Big Tibbs, Read Me 45, Numinax, Grassroots Hegemon, What the F Over, Grassroots Hegemon with another insane massive donation, Dracaris, Tezzy, aka Batasui,
Dracaris.
Code 5601, Read Me 45, Harley, Christian Valeris with an insane donation, Zerg, Andrew G. Kanopoulos, and What the F
Holy
Over.
crap, he gets a lot of
You guys
donations.
are too nice to me. You're too nice to me. I would have been happy if we made the money and did what we did yesterday and you guys gave me $20 today. I still would have cried from happiness over how successful this past week has been. So I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. We're going to move into Valor Reacts. If I lose some of you, it's totally fine. It's not it's not political content. We're going to be reviewing Aliens.
Wait for
the
me.
final scenes of Aliens.
Wait for me.
So yeah, we could get taken out by the copyright shit too. So the viewership could get done intermittently. But I'm gonna invite Dan Pace.
Oh
and we're gonna get cracking on the Valor Reacts. So
he's gonna talk to some
guest,
fucking
copy stream link. Go to my email.
Oh no!
I don't think you guys can see my email, which is good.
Oh no!
I'm gonna email Dan
I was too
Pace.
late. I was too late.
I'm gonna send him the link, invitation, send, and we're gonna
Does
have
he
a
not
chill.
check Discord?
This is more for sent link.
Holy shit! I mean, this guy. I'm like calling him as we're doing this.
All right. This is going to be a more chill wind down to the weekend.
No, it's not.
I personally love you. Thank you for being here.
No, it's not.
And if you need a break from politics, then go ahead and hang out. We're going to have some good content for you. AF Racing says $20 for the monitor fund. Thank you. Grassroots for another 10 says, I'll make the argument that conservatives.
How does he live like this? How does he live reading every single?
Dan, let me scroll to the bottom of chat. And I'll respond to whatever you guys say until chat gets here.
Yo,
I see Doobie's probably in there pissing people off. Doobie says, but he didn't justify right-wing violence and didn't say he doesn't care about uniting the country. Don't know who you're talking about. Gen X says, counterpoints, Pisco wants to talk to you. Pisco?
Yes.
Now?
Yo! Yo, what up, bro?
Hey, I don't know if I have time right now, but until my other buddy shows up, I'm happy to talk to you.
All right, hang on. Let me just so people can see you. You know, people people like what they see when we talk. One sec. I'm gonna get it so people can see it. One.
And let me go ahead and incriminate. Oh no, Dan Pace isn't here yet. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
All right, good. Go for it, King.
Right.
Hit me with what you got.
I'm gonna hit you. Just give me 1 second to put you on screen, okay? Just give me 1 second to hit you, and then I'll hit you because I have some shit to hit you with because this is some crazy shit. It's about it. Well, you'll see. 1 sec. Boom. All right, everyone can see your face. All right,
cool.
So First Amendment shit, like. You were all about the Twitter files back in the day.
Yeah.
And I was always pissed because I felt that you were misconstruing what the Twitter files were and what they showed. And I think they didn't show government coercion at all. But you disagree with that, I think, or maybe you think that my take is a little bit too optimistic or whatever it is. But the first question I'll ask you is maybe bridge building, but then I want to really go after you. What do you think about the people who made a big deal about the Twitter files and who are not making a big deal about the Jimmy Kimmel episode?
Oh, they're hypocritical pieces of shit. They're the worst fucking ilk. They're everything that's wrong with the right. They can go fuck themselves with a giant fucking pole.
Okay. Who would you put in that category? Like all the MAGA supporters?
Tim Pool.
Tim Pool, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, my monitor keeps crashing out, so I need to fuck with my cables. But I can. I know you can still hear me because it keeps this. So, anyways, Tim Pool and Jeremy from the Quartering and all these fucking SJW creators who pissed and moaned about like social media censorship in the late 10s and how YouTube was cucking the algorithm for conservative creators and how the Twitter, you couldn't be skeptical about the election and you couldn't be skeptical about COVID and this was government overreach and blah, 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 blah. The fact that they're not shitting blood right now about the Trump admin trying to bring back hate speech, or they're not trying to be fucking furious with the Trump admin for talking about revoking licensing for obviously politically protected speech, they can go fuck themselves with a 40-foot pole. I think they're total pieces of shit and hypocrites.
Okay, this is what I want to take you to task for. I don't want to hear you bring up the Twitter files though.
I'm going to.
Because you're making it seem as though there was government coercion that was shown in
Listen,
the Twitter files.
I know a lady by named Renee DiResta, okay? Renee DiResta is the person who is at the heart of the Twitter files, and she actually says that she's a Californian Republican who was working for the University of California, Berkeley, and that she was the one who actually compiled the list of TOS violations for which Twitter was able to take action, and she's the person who received government funding in order to do that stuff. Now, the way that she characterizes her work, because I love Renee, I actually think she's a great person.
You love
way
her?
that
Or you're in love
what's
with
that?
her? You love her, or
I'm
you're
not
in
in
love?
love with her. I think she's a great person.
Did I hear that
think
your
she's
wife is a liberal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. Anyways, so I'm gonna have to run if Dan Pace pops on. But with Renee DiResta or whatever, what she would categorize 90% of her work as is that 90% of it was foreign state actors. So like 90% of her TOS violations was China and Russia making bot accounts that were obviously bot accounts and then posting.
Yeah, but how is that coercion, right? If the government
that's not coercion. I'm describing it to you.
So,
I'm not making. I'm being descriptive. I'm not making. I'm not reinforcing an argument. I'm being descriptive about information that I have.
If the government is sending information about substantive TOS violations to social media organizations that they're not bound by, and there's no threat of like any kind of invocation of regulatory authority, what is the problem with that? Like, is there a problem with that?
How do you feel about COVID misinformation and election information terms of service during the 2020s?
How do I feel about it?
Yeah,
I think
do you think the Biden admin telling social media companies, "Hey, COVID's super serious, so we want you to crack down on COVID misinformation"? How do you feel about that?
It depends on how that was offered, right? Like if it's like, we think it's your responsibility to deal with COVID misinformation, do you think that that's okay to do? I think it's fine.
Okay, well then I'm going to go back to like my Second Amendment shit where we're talking about like reasonable precautions. No, so if you think COVID and election misinformation is a reasonable precaution, then I'll accept that line of argumentation.
No. What I'm saying is that the government is well within its rights, and it's not doing anything coercive to say something like, hey, we think that social media companies need to be aware that there's misinformation, and for public health reasons,
yeah,
this is a problem.
Hold up. Listen, I am happy to do like a 2-hour debate with you at some point. I'm not going to be able to do this today. But what if the Trump admin, instead of saying, like, oh yeah, we're gonna, because the problem with the Trump admin is they're incompetent, so they don't even bother to lie well. So what if instead of saying Jimmy Kimmel said something super offensive and our panties are in a twist and they spread misinformation about the shooter, therefore we're going to go after them from a regulatory perspective in order to get Jimmy Kimmel off the air unless he apologizes and donates money to the Kirk family? Okay, because that's how stupid they are.
You're saying, well,
that's what they said. Imagine instead they said, hey, there's a lot of misinformation around mass shooters. Yeah. And if your program's comedy or otherwise spread misinformation about mass shooters, we're going to look at your regulatory shit.
No. That's different. That's so that's not what, when did Biden say that?
No, I'm not saying he did say that. I'm saying if the Trump administration didn't do the former, which I think is a clear threat to free speech, but they did do the latter, which I think is relatively analogous to COVID misinformation. COVID misinformation attack.
They didn't do that with respect to COVID misinformation in terms of the threat of regulation, or at least if they have, I didn't see it. I saw it from some legislators. So some legislators were like, hey, we're going to have to look at your Section 230 protections, this and that. But they're not members of the executive branch enforcing the law. Those are just shitbag legislators that have the legislative authority, but they don't have power to enforce the law. They're not like endowed with that kind of regulatory supervision. But if they had said something like, hey, if you don't like take care of COVID misinformation on your platforms, we're going to look into you, that would be, I think, evidence of viewpoint discrimination and government overreach. But I don't think that's what happened. I think what happened was talks of responsibility and working with the government to see like, hey, they want us to pressure this, they want us to censor this, or they want us to see the COVID misinformation and see if it's in compliance with our TOS. That's just the government speaking as speaker. But invoking regulatory authority, that's something completely different. And I don't think that was done in the Twitter files.
I don't think it's. I think it's within a spectrum. I don't think it's something completely different. I don't think it's categorically different. I think it's within a spectrum of force. So what you're saying is, in my opinion, it's the difference in law enforcement between a request and a lawful order. Okay.
Yeah, cops are allowed to be like, "Hey, do you want to talk to me?" Right? You're allowed to say that.
Yes, but I think that you would be remiss if you did not think that a person with a badge and a gun saying, "Hey, do you want to talk to me?" if people didn't feel some level of pressure in order to have a voluntary conversation with law enforcement. They have the legal right to tell a cop to fuck off, but most people don't even know that, and they don't act that way when they have the capacity to do so.
Yeah, in my opinion, there are easy cases and hard cases. Every legal category is like this. What crosses the line of obscenity? What crosses the line of, there's going to be some places where it's really gray area, and there's, the cop is talking to someone and saying, "Hey, I'd really like it if you come talk to me," and the way he's saying it.
Hey, Dan, I'll be right there.
Okay, well, this will be my last name, and then I'll let you go. Fuck, I wish I had called you an hour earlier. I didn't see your message.
That's okay. We can pick this up like early next week, middle of next week. I don't care. It's not like these topics are going anywhere. It's not like the Trump administration is going to get any better.
Yeah. So the last thing I'll say is just like, I think that just because there can be gray cases doesn't mean that every time the government talks or, with respect to a private actor, that we ought to be concerned. I think that it's specifically when there's an invocation or implication of the use of regulatory authority in response to a certain viewpoint, whether that's Corvin misinformation or whether that's, your views on who killed Charlie Kirk, right? Or like what the Epstein files are about. There are some people who are going to go on like the air and say a bunch of unsupported things about Epstein, right? Because there's a lot of smoke there, but there's no smoking gun proof that Epstein had third parties that were involved in his crimes other than Ghislaine Maxwell, that Epstein, interfaced specifically with law enforcement or intelligence agencies, that kind of stuff. But people will still spew it off as fact. That's all viewpoint protected. And if the government is invoking its regulatory authority to, express dissatisfaction with some of those views, I think that's what we're concerned about. And that's what I think is missing from the Twitter files discourse.
Then I'm happy to put a pin in it.
Yeah.
I'm even happy to move your way a bit, only because I actually have insight through Renee, who I met in DC, that I think moves it more from like, nefarious government overreach into social media to this is more of like how we operate for liability purposes within like the tech sphere in compliance with these regulations. This is why we recruit these people. This is why we hire these people. This is why we operated the way that we operated. And she also clarified some of what I would say some of the smoke. She at least clarified the smoke, if not fully explaining it away. And so I think you'll appreciate that information, that I'm not like death grip holding on to like, no, Jim Baker is the biggest manipulative piece of shit in the history of the country, and he's the person who ruined national discourse. Like,
for the audience, Jim Baker worked for the FBI and then became either general counsel or assistant general counsel at Twitter at the time the Twitter files were. Yeah.
So just as a little prelude for next week, Renee DiResta never had a personal or professional conversation with Jim Baker ever. It is a totally contained, separate government initiative away from the general counsel of Twitter. Yeah. And so where people were connecting, NGO gets paid by government to do TOS violations. Jim Baker is the connection to the White House. Jim Baker is having all this malevolent influence on social media or whatever. According to Renee, bear in mind, I wasn't there, but according to Renee, the communication silos were so separate that perversion of influence did not happen.
And you love Renee. Yeah.
And I trust Renee. I'll say that.
All right.
So, all right. Let's do it next week. Next episode of Cope and Seethe. We'll do it, sometime next week.
All right. See you later, buddy.
Bye, buddy.
Oh, that Connor. Oh, those Russians. One sec. One sec. Everybody clap your hands. Yeah, it's just insane to me. Like, the people who make those Twitter files comparisons, I think we need to try to reach them, because it's such a perfect distinction between what happened then and what happened now. The government absolutely needs to be able to talk to private actors to do its job. And sometimes it will need to do so for government regulation purposes. But if it has to do with the expression of a particular viewpoint, that is like a content-based or viewpoint-based expression of thought, then it needs to do so without invoking its regulatory authorities, unless there's some category of unprotected speech at issue, or if it passes muster under strict scrutiny. Like, it can't be the case that we just think that anytime the government is talking to a private actor about things that pertain to the expression of views, that we think that they're the same as what happened with Jimmy Kimmel in the sense of government coercion. Is there an AJW video? Now that Chevron is gone, how can the administration justify letting the FCC interpret its own rules without necessarily inviting judicial overreach? I think that you will definitely... You can't have the FCC rules be the determination of what the statute means, is basically it, right? Like, what the FCC says is the rules can't determine what the statute means. However, sometimes there are statutes that give regulatory authority to agencies. So notice those different things. On the one hand, there are statutes that themselves need to be interpreted, which are like, the EPA needs to regulate pollutants. And so, well, who decides what pollutants are? Well, the EPA might decide what the pollutants are, but that's kind of like what Chevron is deciding, is like, can the EPA have the final say over what pollutant means? And the theory of it was, well, Congress designed these regulatory agencies with some expertise in mind, and so they gave to the EPA or whatever relevant agency, they knew that they were giving that discretion to help understand these terms within a reasonable frame of mind. So perhaps where reasonable minds can disagree, the agency can offer its wisdom and expertise and will decide those kinds of edge cases. Obviously, pollutant can't mean water. Pollutant can't mean, I don't know, Xbox 360s specifically. But maybe some of the components within Xbox 360s. Maybe some of the components within water or something, So that's separate, I think, from when a statute gives commissions or agencies specific power to make rules pertaining to a certain topic, and then the agency does so, makes those rules, and enforces them through whatever authorizing statute that Congress has made. So the Chevron question is one of interpretation, and it doesn't necessarily resolve the question of whether the FCC is able to make rules and regulations that have the binding force of law. They don't necessarily resolve each other. But yeah. No, back to the issue of the Twitter files. When people bring that up, I think they're doing a disservice to the argument here. If you're not at the same time saying, well, think about the Twitter files, how there wasn't any showing of coercion there, and there is here. And you were pissed about a situation where there wasn't coercion, right? These people were pissed and there wasn't even any coercion, especially on the story that they all cling to, which is the New York Post Hunter Biden laptop story, which had nothing to do with government overreach at all. And most occurred during the Trump administration in 2020. So the problem with people like Glenn Greenwald and Michael Tracy and others, they've inflated the Twitter files, I think. And they have incorrectly magnified its significance. AJW compares FCC action to Biden administration smugly, but is pissed about FCC in latest video. All right, why don't we? You pay the super chats. Let's do the FCC AJW. we'll do a little actual justice warrior slop. This guy's so his thumbnail is leftist meltdown.
This kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as any.
Here we go. Let's take a look.
We hit some new lows over the.
Oh, and there's some we can do some legal Goober content as well. I think they're reviewing it.
Weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie.
So this is actual justice warrior. He's one of these types that thinks that they get into the weeds on stuff, but I think oftentimes is just wrong about shit. So let's see his take on the Jimmy Kimmel show.
Kirk is anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
So that right there is the clip of Jimmy Kimmel lying about the motivations of Tyler Robinson, making the case that he happened to be a MAGA Republican.
Does he say that? Hey, let's just listen very closely to what he actually says, right? Because actual justice warrior, when he's reviewing, for example, the statements of Letitia James or Alvin Bragg, he likes to play fast and loose with like the words they used and the public meaning of those words and what people understand such words to be. And so let's see what AJW represented Jimmy Kimmel saying, and then what he actually said.
The motivation.
Score political points from it.
So that right there is the clip of Jimmy Kimmel lying about the motivations
Lying about
of Tyler
motivations.
Robinson, making
About Tyler Robinson, making him
the case that he happened to be a MAGA Republican.
making the case that he's a MAGA Republican. Now, see if he says this. Does Jimmy Kimmel say that Tyler Robinson is a MAGA Republican? Just listen to the words he uses.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
So that right
He doesn't say that Tyler Robinson is a MAGA Republican. He doesn't state it. He says not what the motivations are. He's saying MAGA Republicans are doing X. Well, what are MAGA Republicans doing? They're doing anything in their power to make this person out to be not them. So we can just very easily show the meaning of these two sentences. And I'll just write it out. Let's write it out for you. Why not? Let me just get a fresh paper, a PDF. I don't know why I'm writing the margins like some kind of animal. Is that what you think I am? Okay. Just to show actual justice warrior. So this is what he said. This is Jimmy Kimmel lies. And what does he say? That shooter was a MAGA Republican. 2. What does Jimmy Kimmel actually say? Let's listen to it again.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered.
So this is a different subject, right? The MAGA gang trying to characterize the shooter as something other than MAGA and score political points. So let's see what's between these two sentences, the differences. The first, obvious, is the subject. What AJW says is that Jimmy Kimmel believes that the shooter was a MAGA Republican. What Jimmy Kimmel actually says is the MAGA gang is trying to do something. So different subject. And what does he say? Well, they're trying to characterize the shooter as something other than MAGA and score political points. That's consistent with the shooter either being a MAGA Republican or not being a MAGA Republican. In other words, these 2 points don't contradict each other. Is there anybody who thinks that these 2 statements contradict each other? They don't. They don't contradict each other. The pure connotative, sorry, I'm going to editor cut that. The denotative definition, I'm going to do that again. The actual words literally don't mean what actual justice warrior is painting them out to mean. So at best, you can say there's an implication that perhaps Jimmy Kimmel thinks that he's a MAGA person. It's a weak implication at best, but it's not what Jimmy actually says. And you have an obligation, I think, as a commentator, to point out that it's not literally what he's stating. He's not literally stating this. He's saying a true fact. The true fact is that Donald Trump, oh my God, gotta cut. He's stating a true fact. The true fact is that MAGA was trying to characterize this person desperately, ideologically, as someone other than a conservative, other than someone MAGA, and they were trying to score political points. Not a lie at all, a true statement. You could also state, by the way, a similar thing, that liberals and the left were desperately trying to characterize the shooter as something other than the left and score political points. I think that's true too. Both are true. And none of them turn on their actual ideology. If you said the left was trying to characterize the shooter as something other than the left and score political points, that would be a true statement. A lot of the left was doing that. And so was MAGA.
Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
So that right there is the clip of Jimmy Kimmel lying about the motivations of Tyler Robinson, making the case that he happened to be a MAGA Republican. And by the way, for those of you
And this is actual justice warrior lying.
who are wondering about the timeline right here, he actually did this on Monday evening. You could tell by the fact that he said over the weekend in order to open that particular line of a joke, which he ultimately ended up setting up for, even though that was definitely not a joke. That was a factual statement from him. And this ultimately led to a series of events that led to Jimmy Kimmel's show being suspended. Now, a lot of people are saying that ABC suspended his show. This is actually not that true. What actually ended up happening is that
Not that true. That ABC didn't, in fact, pull Jimmy Kimmel from the air when they absolutely did. It's not that true? No, it is true. What do you mean it's not that true?
ABC suspended his show. This is actually not that true. What actually ended up happening is that there's a company called Nexstar Media Group, which actually controls a bunch of local affiliate stations around the country. They made the decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show in their stations, in their parts of the country, and
then ABC suspended the show.
And ABC ultimately ended up following suit.
So when you said that it's not that true that ABC suspended the show, it was true. You just said they would. I'm sorry. God. When you said that it's not the truth that ABC suspended the show, that is in fact what they did. ABC did suspend the show. I'm telling you, the words that AJW uses in all of his shows, like he just has a different theory of language and words mean the opposite of what they actually do. That is just astounding. Look at what he just said. It's not that true. It's completely true.
Statement from him, and this ultimately led to a series of events that led to Jimmy Kimmel's show being suspended. Now, a lot of people are saying that ABC suspended his show. This is actually not that true. What actually ended up happening is that there's a company called Nexstar Media Group, which actually controls a bunch of local affiliate stations around the country. They made the decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show in
and ABC made the decision to do it nationwide, and that people are, I think, appropriately reacting to that decision. Yeah, even in light of what Sinclair was doing and these other affiliates were doing, that is a decision of its own with its own moral calculus.
Air stations in their parts of the country, and then ABC ultimately ended up following suit. However, while a lot of people on the right are celebrating this because essentially it is cancel culture coming home to roost for the left wing.
It is not cancel culture. It is censorship and cancel culture. It's censorship and cancel culture. On the one hand, you have the cancel culture from the elements of the MAGA, I don't want to say like social media organizations and influencers that are specifically trying to have these cultural and social movements to dox people and to get them terminated from their jobs, including famous people, et cetera, et cetera. So you have that part, but it's enforced with the government threat, right? Like, compliance is not just social or cultural pressure. It's the government saying things like, hey, we might need to cut your funding if you are a school and you're allowing this kind of rhetoric. Or if you're an immigrant, we might need to revoke your visa if you are saying something too negative about Charlie Kirk. So it's not just the social cultural pressure, it's using the threat of state enforcement in conjunction with that kind of pressure. That's what the problem is. So it's not just cancel culture, it is government enforced censorship and government backed cancel culture, industrial cancel culture.
It's consequences that they, again, celebrated against a bunch of different figures that they perceived to be.
I didn't celebrate government censorship ever. And that's what is sorely lacking from this Twitter Files comparison, is the evidence of government coercion. And I'm open to any debate with anyone on government coercion in the Twitter Files case and comparing it to what happened here.
Be right-wing. In reality, there's actually a little bit more to this story, and while I would love nothing more than to make fun of Jimmy Kimmel for getting the consequences of what he said, the FCC commissioner kind of completely spoiled this.
Well, this kind of makes it so that you are in agreement. God, this, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't even talk today. This makes it seem as though, separate and apart from the censorship issue, which I'm glad AJW is taking a moment to be like against, I assume he's going to be against what the government is doing here. But this makes it seem as though you're in favor of cancel culture. Some amount of cancellation, right? You're in favor of people being fired from their jobs because of shit they say. So the conservatives never really had a principled stance against cancel culture. And in truth, everyone has like a threshold at which they're like okay with canceling. But what the conservatives made it seem was that, oh, no matter how offensive, no matter how odious your views are, you shouldn't be brought off the air. You shouldn't be fired because of that view. And that wasn't true. That's the hypocrisy. That it isn't a viewpoint neutral way of disagreeing with cancel culture. Now you could say something like, well, cancel culture isn't justified based on perceived racism or pronoun misusage, something like that. And it is justified for celebrating the death of another human being at the hands of an assassin. But that's just not the case that was being presented to us by these quote-unquote anti-cultural Marxists or the anti-woke people. They were claiming that you can't just say speech is offensive and try to cancel people over it. They took this ultimately elastic, viewpoint neutral vision, not just of government action, but of cultural cancellation as well. That was a lie. And they've always been, honestly, in favor of cancel culture. Always. The conservatives, when it comes to the Red Scare, McCarthyism, cultural conservatism in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, opposition to video games, rap groups, the Satanic Panic, the War on Terror. They've always been in favor of cancel culture. It just comes in different forms and different waves. And this kind of little, classic liberal pantomime that they were doing for so many years in response to liberal cancel culture, or you could say woke cancel culture, that was just a lie. They just didn't like being canceled. And they don't actually have this principled stance against it.
Because he went on Benny Johnson's program and essentially threatened to pull the license of ABC over Jimmy Kimmel's comments, and this was completely unwarranted, unjustified, and honestly is a total backpedal and yet another instance of the Trump administration fumbling the bag.
It's not a backpedal. That's the problem, right? The backpedal is on these losers who were pretending that Trump was going to be good for the First Amendment. And in that sense, yeah, it's a backpedal because those who are making excuses for it or who promise that Trump would be good on the First Amendment, they're shown to be complete frauds or stooges or naive. But Trump has always been anti-free speech. Trump has never been in favor of free speech, ever. with his lawsuits, with his promises to go after flag burning that were consistent before the election and after. He's talked about using the FCC for years. He's wanted to use the government to stop certain speech for years. This is not an inconsistent thing for him. He was always anti-free speech.
On free speech and using Charlie Kirk's death as a justification in order to do so. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com.
Give me money, give you the money.
And what people don't understand is that the broadcasters, and you've gotten this.
What happened to his little Anna Kasparian quote? Remember this? There was like an Anna Kasparian quote that he would give, and it's like, give you the money, give me the money. Who remembers this?
Yeah, actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
And what people don't understand is that the broadcasters, and you've gotten this right, are entirely different than people that use other forms of communication. They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. And we can get into some ways that we've been trying to reinvigorate the public interest and some changes that we've seen. But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
So that right there was a clip.
That's an explicit threat, guys. An explicit threat. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. And if you don't work on Kimmel, we're going to have some work ahead of us. It's not even close.
From the Benny Johnson show, where Benny Johnson asked the head of the FCC in the Trump administration about whether or not there's something that can be done about the fact that Jimmy Kimmel blatantly lied on air. And of course, the FCC commissioner should have responded to this by saying, even though that's disgusting speech and whatnot, it's actually fully protected First Amendment speech. However, the FCC commissioner went in a completely different direction. He ended up threatening investigations, consequences, and of course, the threat of pulling the license of ABC, which, by the way, is...
I am glad that it seems that AJW is condemning this, and credit where credit is due on that front. I just hate his initial framing that this was a lie from Kimmel, that it's false information from Kimmel, and yeah, that's basically and the whole notion that he's embedding here, which is that Trump is going against his promise. Well, only if you believe that Trump was going to defend the First Amendment, which you would have to be like a total naive rube or purposeful fraud to believe.
Granted by the FCC, because ABC broadcasts on broadcast television. It's not a cable station, and this is where we run into major problems.
What would you like to see done at ABC?
Well, look, I think what you said there strikes me as a very reasonable, minimal step that can be taken. I mean, obviously, look, there's calls for Kimmel to be fired. I think, you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. And again, the FCC is going to have remedies that we could look at. And at the FCC,
yet another threat, right? And AJW is showing the threats here. Obvious threats, obvious invocations of regulatory authority.
Invigorate this. So again, there's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters. And frankly, I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We're not going to run Kimmel anymore.
Even the notion, we talked about this the other day, of preemption. The notion of preemption. What are you preempting? You're preempting government action. So everything is conditional on the request here, which is to fire Kimmel or to suspend Kimmel. So he gives a bunch of different ways in which they can comply. He says that if they don't find some way to deal with Kimmel, there's going to be FCC work ahead of them, and that private broadcasters should preempt the government action by taking measures themselves. So every element of the coercion is plain as day. It's obvious. That's what he's saying.
Straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster are running the possibility of fines or license revocations from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion. So I think, again, Disney needs to see some change here, but the individual licensed stations that are taking their content, it's time for them to step up and say, this garbage, to the extent that that's what comes down the pipe in the future, isn't something that we think serves the needs of our local communities. But this sort of status quo is obviously not acceptable where we are.
Now, I made the point on Twitter that this was absolutely ridiculous for the FCC commissioner to say, and essentially it ends up spoiling what could be a victory for the right, because we are definitely allowed as commentators and people who are on the right to criticize Jimmy Kimmel for the things that he said by implying a threat of government force against ABC if they don't take some kind of action against him. Because now, rather than the story being Jimmy Kimmel lied on air and then people got angry about it and Sinclair Broadcasting or Nexstar Group pulled him from their stations, the story ultimately ends up being that the FCC put pressure on ABC in order to make these moves.
This is reprehensible, because he is basically saying the reason he's pissed has to do with the story being shifted. Do you hear that? Now, what could have been a win for us is being painted as government censorship. So the problem isn't, hey, this is government coercion, government censorship. The problem is this fucked up a story for us. Did you hear that?
Which is we are definitely allowed as commentators and people who are on the right to criticize Jimmy Kimmel for the things that he said by implying a threat of government force against.
So we as commentators, we can imply a threat by the FCC, and we would support a threat by the FCC and FCC taking some action in response to Viewpoint. But we just didn't want you to say it. That's exactly what he just said. So let's just make sure we get that completely in context.
That this was absolutely ridiculous for the FCC commissioner to say, and essentially
it was ridiculous for him to say it because we should have said it. Look.
Ends up spoiling what could be a victory for the right, because we are definitely allowed as commentators.
Are allowed
on the right to criticize Jimmy Kimmel for the things that he said by implying a threat of government force against ABC if they don't take some kind of action against him. Because
so you guys, right? That is to say, the FCC commissioners and the FCC and Trump administration, you fucked up a story for us. We could have done the coercion ourselves because it wouldn't have the official sign off of the FCC. You could have just let us say that and imply the government authority that way. Is there any other way to interpret what he's saying there? So his problem, or at least the first problem he brings up, has to do with the story being fucked, the optics of it, and who's the one doing the threat of government coercion and government censorship. Is it the commentators who are kind of in bed with the government at this point anyway, right? Charlie Kirk, he was an unofficial member of the Trump government. Everyone knows that. And these creators, they act as that. They act as extensions of the administration, deniable official spokespersons. Deniable, unofficial spokespeople for the administration. In the case of Charlie Kirk, he was getting direct calls from the Trump administration in response to his coverage of the Epstein files, at one point saying, I'm done talking about Epstein, because he got a call from Trump. Same thing on Iran, Israel. So these people, they don't really have a principled problem with that government censorship. It's just that it fucked up the story for them. That's what their first and principal concern is. And that's what AJW is talking about.
Now, rather than the story being Jimmy Kimmel lied on air and then people got angry about it and Sinclair Broadcasting or Nexstar Group pulled him from their stations, the story ultimately ends up being that the FCC put pressure on ABC in order to make these moves, which is completely and wholly unconstitutional. Now, of course, a bunch of people in my replies decided it would be appropriate to send me FCC rules about lying about crime, which of course they pulled from Google, never clicked on the link, and never understood the context of it. So one of the things that I would like to do for you guys out there in the audience is actually pull up the hoaxes doctrine from the FCC, and you guys can see for yourself that this completely does not apply to the situation that we're talking about, and it's absolutely ridiculous for you to backwards justify these actions and these statements from the head of the FCC just because you don't like Jimmy Kimmel. Again, I can't stand Jimmy Kimmel. I think it's hilarious that he would be pulled off air by ABC, but the thing is, it's completely spoiled by the head of the FCC using government threats in order to do so. So again, this is directly from the FCC's rules on hoaxes, and it reads as follows. The rule prohibits broadcast licensees or permittees from broadcasting false information concerning a crime or catastrophe if. Now, a lot of people had just cut this off after the concerning a crime part. In fact, people who are actually my friends in real life actually tweeted me this as if it was a good argument, even though you actually have to meet 3 specific criteria in order to warrant fines for this, let alone.
And also, by the way, that's assuming it would be constitutional. Remember, this is a regulation promulgated by the FCC. But just because, and people get this wrong all the time, just because there's a published rule or law doesn't mean that it's constitutional to apply it in a given way. So that's even assuming, right, that the First Amendment wouldn't preempt the enforcement of this regulation as against Jimmy Kimmel or as against ABC.
alone having your license pulled by the FCC, and those criteria are as follows. 1, the licensee knows the information is false. 2, it is foreseeable that the broadcast of the information will cause substantial public harm, and the broadcast, this is number 3, of the information does in fact directly cause substantial public harm. Now, it's very easy to make the case that Jimmy Kimmel did know that he was lying, or at least his writers knew that they were lying at the time that he made this statement.
No, I mean, there isn't good evidence of that, and there's no even evidence that it's a false statement. It's a true statement. It's not a false statement.
But the fact is, the idea that they could foresee that this would cause substantial public harm, and then that public harm actually came to fruition, is definitely 100% not what happened. Therefore, this isn't covered. Now, if you want to make vague allusions to what you think the definition of public harm is in the comments of this video, I just want to also remind you that public harm is specifically defined, again, in these FCC rules. Let us go to that definition. For the purposes of this rule, public harm must begin immediately and cause direct and actual damage to property or health or safety to the general public, or diversion of,
which of course never happened. It was never the case that there was a direct, immediate harm in terms of public safety, public health, anything like that. And it undercuts their whole argument that Jimmy Kimmel was irrelevant. If Jimmy Kimmel's irrelevant, no one gives a shit about it, then how could he even conceivably cause substantial public harm in the manner of, I don't know, spreading an untrue statement by itself, or making people believe that maybe this guy wasn't a lefty or liberal, that is some notion of immediate public safety or health harm? How? In what world? People say all sorts of unhinged things about, like, I'll say it again, the Jeffrey Epstein case without evidence. People all have their own pet theories. Would you ever be like, oh, you can't talk about those theories because it might cause certain people to believe certain things, and that might, down the line lead them to do something crazy? No, that's never been an understanding of what the government's allowed to do, is to regulate you based on some later anticipation of how your thoughts might influence people, separate and apart from the context of incitement. So, like, let's just be clear about something. Even if the regulation were constitutional, even if, it is not the case that the regulation by its terms applies to what Jimmy Kimmel said, in that there's no false statement. Jimmy Kimmel was talking about what the MAGA folks were doing, which was desperately trying to say that this person wasn't affiliated with MAGA. Same thing, by the way, that the left was doing. That there's no evidence that he knew it was false. A lot of the more dispositive information that we have about this person's, the assassin that is, their motivations, came out in the recent indictment. And then the weakest is the evidence of substantial public harm, which they're just like, what's the substantial public harm that occurred? Unless you want to take a totally loose notion of public harm and substantial public harm that is unattached to the definition provided in the regulation, and basically would apply to anyone saying anything false ever.
Law enforcement or other public health and safety authorities from their duties. Now, this obviously did not happen, unless you're trying to make the case that directly after Jimmy Kimmel made these statements, a bunch of law enforcement resources were misdeployed, people started panicking, there was a healthcare or medical care panic in this particular country or a region of this country. But again, that is betrayed by reality. And the reason, by the way, that the rules are laid out this way is that these rules were specifically put into place based on a broadcast of War of the Worlds that happened way back in the day over radio that actually convinced people of the idea that there was an alien invasion, which caused a bunch of the people who tuned in late to that broadcast to panic and start doing things in response to said alien invasion. But the thing is,
there's also a carve out for things that are artistic and where there's a disclaimer.
Amendment is so strong that even that particular incident that inspired these sets of rules would not have been punishable under the rules, again, that were laid out post that. Because again, you have to knowingly lie. You can't provide a disclaimer that it's a fictional broadcast, which was actually provided during that reading of War of the Worlds over radio. But again, people are trying to take this, misappropriate portions of it in order to say that the FCC was justified in going after Jimmy Kimmel, which they were absolutely not. And again, the threat of government force is sufficient enough to be a First Amendment violation. In fact, this was
This is good. This is good that he's saying that the actual substance here is wrong. But I will note that the first part being just about the story and that we can threaten them and we can say that the government might come down on you. I think that was something wrong that AJW said. He shouldn't have said that, the principal problem is the story, and then to say, we can do the threat of what? The threat of applying a regulation that you yourself say doesn't apply. And so that entire part should be taken out of this video because it doesn't belong. The problem is the government overreach, and you actually shouldn't threaten the use of a regulation that doesn't apply. That doesn't make any sense.
Happening all throughout the Biden years against organizations like the NRA, and they won a case 9-0 last year in 2024.
The Biden
directly
administration.
addressing whether
So the Biden administration. Let's just hear that again.
not. And again, the threat of government force is sufficient enough to be a First Amendment violation. In fact, this was happening all throughout the Biden years against
throughout the Biden years.
Organizations like the NRA, and they won a case 9-0 last year in 2024, directly addressing whether or not you could threaten government power in order to force somebody into compliance. And by the way, the reason this case is so crucial is because what New York was doing was warning financial institutions about reputational harm and telling them that they had to think about their association with the NRA, much in the same way that the FCC guy was alluding to the possible fines and whatnot that the local broadcasting affiliates could face for hosting content like Jimmy Kimmel, and much in the same way that Sinclair and, of course, Nexstar were the ones who actually pulled the plug on Kimmel first. These financial institutions, based on the implied threats from New York, ended up pulling association with the NRA. So again, this is a one-to-one case. So no.
By the way, it was that they stated a plausible claim of relief. They would still need to totally suss that out, but I think that would probably be a good case for the NRA there.
No way, shape, or form was it appropriate for the head of the FCC to say anything like he said on Benny Johnson's show, and anyone making an argument to the contrary is ridiculous, absurd, and by the way, you know who's absolutely right about this? Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson wants to slaughter you.
Anna, relax. No, he doesn't.
To slaughter you!
Anna, calm down. Look, I'm gonna just play the clip of Tucker Carlson before Anna ends up going crazy.
You hope that Charlie Kirk's death won't be used by a group we now call bad actors to create a society that was the opposite of the one he worked to build. You hope that. You hope that a year from now, the turmoil we're seeing in the aftermath of his murder won't be leveraged to bring hate speech laws to this country. And trust me, if that does happen, there is never a more justified.
And think about it, right? Excuse me, sorry. The Attorney General of the United States comes out and says, we're going to enforce hate speech laws. And Trump's like, yeah, and we should start with the journalists. We're not talking about things behind the cover of darkness. They're openly stating, we want to have a hate speech law regime. The chief law enforcement agent of this entire country, the Attorney General of the United States, and her boss have both come out and endorsed hate speech and the application of hate speech laws. Now, their FCC is targeting people and coercing them because of their viewpoint on who committed a crime, allegedly, when he didn't even state who committed the crime.
Moment for civil disobedience in that.
Now, look, I'm not a huge fan of Tucker Carlson.
And it's also funny because I totally agree with the notorious BFG here, which is, I think that Charlie Kirk would be supporting this action. Why? Why would Charlie Kirk support this action? And you guys this might hurt to hear. So cover your ears if you're one of these triggered snowflake Republicans. But Charlie Kirk was a propagandist, bootlicking shill for the government. He wasn't this free thinker, independent thinker. He took his marching orders from the government. He was a bootlicking shill who just did what the government told him to do. He was a member of Trump's team. He was an unofficial member of the government. So why would Kirk defend this action? Because Kirk is just a fucking tool. He was a tool of the administration. He was a propagandist. His job was to align himself with Trump and to defend whatever the Trump administration was doing. So, no shit, the notorious BFG is completely correct. He was a mouthpiece for the regime. That's what he was. That's what his job was. He's not going to criticize Trump. He's not going to criticize the regime. He's not going to come out and say, yeah, the FCC shouldn't do this. People get this notion that, Kirk was going on all these campuses to spread his message, his thoughts. No. His job was to be an outgrowth of the Republican Party. He was not an ideological, sort of innovator. His tool was to assert government power and control in spreading their message. That's what they were. Thank you for the super chat.
Late, but in reality, he was 100% dead on accurate about what the Trump administration might do unless we actually fight back against them in terms of a response to Charlie Kirk's death. And 100%, this would be a direct violation, at least of the perceived legacy of Charlie Kirk as a free speech activist.
The perceived
and by the way,
legacy.
This FCC statement on the Benny Johnson show is not the first instance of this. Remember, we had the whole Pam Bondi hate speech nonsense that went off later, which, by the way, I still want this woman to resign because even in her walkback statement, she still mentioned hate speech, which again,
the thing is, it's not at all logical to want the attorney general to resign, but not Trump, right? If it is a sufficient condition for the head of the law enforcement of this country, of the Justice Department, to resign over being in favor of hate speech stuff, Trump endorsed it. One, because Trump hired her and has not fired her, and so now he has that responsibility, right? So the fact that Trump is not firing her, it should cause AJW to say Trump should resign. If he's unwilling to fire, he should resign. But also because Trump endorsed the position. And Trump is a higher law enforcement official than the attorney general. He's the AG's boss. So that's what I mean when I say, like, the AG continues to be a scapegoat for Trump. When it comes to the Epstein files, people blame Pam Bondi for what she did. Yeah, she was stupid. She shouldn't have had this little Epstein file volume 1 release. That was a disaster. But the buck stops with Trump on the Epstein file stuff too. She's just following Trump's orders. So people who come and tell you, oh yeah, Bondi should be fired, you need to suspect them, because if they're unwilling to say Trump should be fired too, then they're applying some different standard to him than her. Maybe it's because he's president or something. You take the principled position that the president should never resign or something. But yeah, no, he should be calling on Trump to resign if he really cares about these rights, hate speech stuff.
Is a left-wing Marxist term that should never, absolutely ever be uttered by anyone in a position of government power, let alone a Republican attorney general. So to be clear, anyone making excuses for what the head of the FCC said post Jimmy Kimmel's stupid comments on his show, absolutely wrong, unprincipled, ridiculous, and anyone citing the FCC rules as a justification should probably try reading them, and if they don't understand them after reading them, send them this video of me explaining them right here. Now, that being said, I do want to point out that there's a ton of hypocrisy on the left wing when it comes to this issue. A bunch of the people that are now trying to defend Jimmy Kimmel and scoffing at the idea of government force being used to deplatform someone were perfectly fine with the Biden administration targeting with the White House directly social media posts that they didn't like, which of course was revealed by Mark Zuckerberg. And again, I'm talking about just the threat of government intervention in order to produce censorship, which was done from the White House press secretary.
Yeah. What's the evidence? Show it.
Multiple times under the auspices of misinformation and disinformation. We also remember
show the press secretary doing that.
Jankowicz was set up to be the head of the disinformation board.
That is not the same thing at all. That is not the same thing at all. The government should be able to assess. It was a bad name for the whatever the working group is, but like the government should take an interest in disinformation. They should, absolutely. And the government has a right to assess the amount of mis and disinformation and to release their own message. Trump is doing that right now, right? Like, Trump is doing this kind of purge within the bureaucracy of what he takes to be misinformation and disinformation, like trans ideology, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. The government has obviously an interest in making sure that the people are well informed. Now, they can't engage in First Amendment violations, viewpoint discrimination, but they can assess what they take to be misinformation and have some means of addressing it, like arguing vociferously or having information releases, et cetera, to prevent the public from being like not aware of what the correct medical information is or not confident in when election day is, that sort of stuff. So to try to conflate this disinformation board or whatever and say that this is a form of coercion from the state, that's absolutely crazy, absolutely insane. And if there is evidence of coercion from the Biden administration in a First Amendment context, why don't you provide it?
The idea that the other party hasn't already done this is ridiculous and absurd, and I don't want to hear any kind of statements from people like Chuck Schumer, who is demanding that Tucker Carlson be pulled off the airways of Fox News, which, by the way, is a cable station.
These lies continue tonight. Rupert Murdoch, who has admitted they were lies and said he regretted it, has a special obligation to stop Tucker Carlson from going on tonight now that he's seen how he is perverted and
He's
slimy.
talking about a private person. He's saying Murdoch has a moral obligation not to let this continue.
The truth.
Chuck Schumer, he is a lead member of the Democratic Party. He is a member of Congress. He is not a member of the government of the day, right? He's not a member of the executive branch that's enforcing the law. And in any event, just saying that you have an ethical obligation, moral obligation to do this or that, private person, I don't take that to be coercion. It's at least not by itself. There needs to be more evidence that you're intending to get compliance through the threat of the use of government authority.
And from letting him go on again and again and again. Not because their views deserve such opprobrium, but because our democracy depends on it.
And that goes double for AOC, who not only called for the same censorship of Tucker Carlson, but she actually wanted to invoke the FCC in order to do so, because she's not even smart enough to understand the distinction between broadcast and cable stations, as she's under the impression that Fox News is actually a broadcast network.
We have very real issues with
AOC, by the way, another member, not a member of the government, a member of Congress.
What is permissible on air.
Media organizations or social media platforms should be accountable for the role for being platforms for incitement.
I believe that when it comes to broadcast television, like Fox News, these are subject to federal law, federal regulation in terms of what's
she might have messed up and said that Fox News was cable when she didn't mean to.
allowed on air and what
Nice own.
isn't. And when you look at what Tucker Carlson and some of these other folks on Fox do, it is very, very clearly incitement of violence. Very clearly incitement of violence.
I don't actually agree that it's, in many of these cases, incitement of violence. I think she's using the term colloquially. She's not a lawyer.
And that is the line that I think we have to be willing to contend with.
So to be clear, this is not a teaming up with the left wing situation or anything of the sort. They don't have clean hands either. This is about principles. And more importantly, it's about
But this is not an even-handed comparison. It's not apples to apples. You've shown two members of Congress who have no independent regulatory authority over what's happening on the broadcast networks, and you're not showing how what they're doing is at all coercive. And you haven't shown how the Biden administration was coercive when they were, I guess, talking to social media companies.
Stupidity over at the Trump administration and from the head of the FCC to make Jimmy Kimmel, who again had a dying show that nobody was really watching in the first place, into a free speech martyr for no reason. In reality, if the government didn't stick their big stupid nose into this particular case, there's nothing that says that Sinclair/Nexstar wouldn't have pulled him from their affiliate stations, and we wouldn't have ultimately ended up gotten to this same result. But now, because the government was involved, and yes, the threat itself is a problem, we're not talking about whether or not they actually removed them from the airwaves, the threat that ultimately ended up leading to them being removed from the airwaves, or the threat that has the perception of leading
this is true
to him being removed from the airwaves, is a problem on its own. So yeah, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. Again, you have me getting aligned with Tucker Carlson, who I think has gone off the deep end in a lot of different categories as of late, but that's the reality. He happens to be right on this. And again, if you disagree, you're 100% wrong. And I know a ton of you people are going to leave comments under this video citing the very FCC rule that I read to you. So I just want to point out, anybody who does that should be named and shamed by other commenters, because clearly they didn't watch to the beginning of the video where I broke down that law in excellent detail that was absolutely irrefutable, unless you're an absolute dumbass. Now, of course,
I don't think he did that bad of a job of doing the actual rule analysis himself that much. I might quibble with one or two things, but I just think that you need to take a bigger step back to do First Amendment analysis, and that's crucially what so many people are missing. Right? They'll cite the global entry rules, for example. This is the Hassan situation, where they'll cite the global entry and they'll say, but the rules let you to rescind global entry on XYZ basis. But you need to do a First Amendment analysis first before you come to that conclusion. I guess you could do the rule analysis. sorry, I'm going to repeat myself. If you're a court, you should do the rule analysis first, okay? If you're a court. But before you conclude that it's okay, you need to do the First Amendment analysis. You can't just do the rule analysis. A court is going to do the rule analysis first, then they'll do the constitutional thing, obviously. But you need to include the First Amendment analysis. You can't just omit it. And that's crucially, I think, what people are missing when they just go to the FCC rules or the global entry rules, is they're not factoring in the First Amendment.
There are also people who ended up leaving me comments about the FCC's obscenity guidelines as if there's somehow a backwards justification in those guidelines in order to cover Jimmy Kimmel. But in reality, Jimmy Kimmel's show, like all late night shows, broadcasts after the window where most of those obscenity guidelines are actually in effect, which of course is between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. That's the whole purpose of late night. Those rules don't apply at all whatsoever, or at least the ones that you're trying to invoke. So yeah, there's no case here for this to be acceptable, and we should reject this much in the same way we rejected Pam Bondi for pushing the left-wing Marxist hate speech term. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media.
All right.
To that, just people who are interested.
Goober time.
And yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun. Come
it's
check us
time
out.
for Goober Fridays. And they're talking about something that really matters to me. So let's look at the goobers.
That Fani Willis will remain disqualified from prosecuting the case. That disqualification stands. Let's get out to Ariana Manise.
But obviously the kickback scheme and the way they got around the kickback scheme, if you don't know what that means, it's not uncommon.
Let's skip the Fani Willis stuff.
Happens routinely. I'm not so sure that there was any privileged things that were shared.
The ring.
They called my client, for instance, and my client first he calls me, and he
from Utah.
You know that
Nicety is everything here. That is why extremism has been bred here. That
if they also run a plea out.
Yeah,
I mean, a fine
witness in per se.
I'm a fighter and I can't control myself.
As a parent, I'm a mother, and so.
All right, well, when we're talking about parents and what they do, that's a perfect segue. This is apparently the sheriff of Washington County. It's in Utah, where Tyler Robinson was taken into custody.
This protective order that the
January 6th, he was there on January 6th, and he got a plea deal as well. I think he ended up playing. And they've been very well aware of this for years.
Okay, we'll go from here.
Who do we have as the head of the DOJ? She's out there talking about hate speech and how
Hell
we need to
yeah.
crack down on hate speech now. Who does that sound like? Does that sound like a conservative attorney who cares about free speech and preserving free speech? No, it sounds like someone who's going to use this to weaponize their goal of silencing people and making them all get along and be polite to one another, which is what Governor Cox would want, frankly. And this is what has disgusted me about the state.
I would be very. Is it Utah specific, or are we talking? So you're talking about this? It sounds like an underground network, or maybe not so underground, but where this kind of thing might commonly be schemed about. Is this like a Utah thing, or you think it goes further than Utah?
Oh, it's definitely nationwide. Are you talking about Antifa and how they operate?
I wasn't sure how you wanted to label them. Sure, if you want to call them Antifa, yeah. I mean,
no, Antifa, they have organized chapters, so call them what they call themselves. They are Antifa.
You have a massive cell in organization in Atlanta. Those Cop City
they
people.
They have massive cells
you
everywhere.
have one of the
Look
biggest.
at Andy No.
Yeah.
Look at Andy No. They have had a death warrant out on Andy No since he started reporting way back when, because he's a gay conservative who's also Asian, and they just couldn't stand that about the guy. He just went out there, and he wasn't even conservative initially. He was super liberal. He just said, "Hey, I think these guys are kind of extreme. Maybe someone should take a
Any thoughts about Antifa in the chat? Put them in the chat.
look at them." Turns out there's an entire Antifa. Hold on, let me turn on. There's now Antifa and Trantifa are two different things. So the
What's
transgender violence
Trantifa?
aspect of this, there is some level of organization.
Have you guys heard of Trantifa?
There's like a cult. Did you hear about this? There's a transgender elitist cult out of San Francisco, and they're connected to like 6 or 7 different murders nationwide. And Andy No was the only one to cover that. But Antifa is very much operating openly here in the state of Utah, and they are protected and served by leadership in the state, whether that be university leadership, political leadership. The law applies very differently to them. Let's just say that. And the enforcement of the law is very differently applied to them, and they are not investigated. I'm sorry, they just aren't. I think
I'm curious, how long, given it would process normally take in Utah, should we expect that this case will be, if it doesn't plead out, that it'll be wrapped up within a year? It'll take more.
Oh, because this woman's from Utah.
I would expect about a year.
That's fast.
It is. It moves pretty quickly here.
Even
if he
death
exercises,
She's a Mormon.
Yeah, even in death penalty, if he exercises his right to a speedy trial, it'll be a year. If he doesn't, then we're looking a couple years out. So
I'm facing the death penalty. I don't want a speedy trial.
yeah.
Do you think they'll let him sleep to life in prison? Because that, or do you think they got to get a death penalty conviction?
I would not be shocked, okay, if a year from now, once things have cooled down, once we keep having cases of whataboutisms thrown around, and the DA feels a little more comfortable with doing it, yeah, I could see a plea out. But it would be a career killer for the DA if he were to do that. But he's an older gentleman, and frankly, he was just there to get rid of David Levitt.
A career killer to avoid the trial? You want to have the trial no matter what?
I wouldn't be surprised if he pleads him out.
What if he got off?
It's interesting. The people of Utah, the voters of Utah, I would say more than 50% are very much in favor of the death penalty and love the death penalty. But our DAs, our attorneys, our justice system is not.
Stealth jurors come to mind for that case too.
Yep.
Let me bring up, since we're talking about the First Amendment, and here are the comments that Pam Bondi and some others have made that have gotten people.
Let's go, Nate the lawyer.
And then there's hate speech.
No.
And there is
No.
in our society.
Wrong.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
Lol.
There's free speech, and then
That's now it's looping. All right, so that was her comments. And
Look
then
at
here are
fucking
Trump's
good
comments
logic.
on, I think her comments, right?
Charlie said, that there was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie, but you have always been. Charlie.
He might not say that now.
So
yeah, he might not still think that now. It's like it was a pretty cold remark in a way. It wasn't the most elegant Trumpism.
It's not the most elegant Trumpism. Holy shit, the way these guys do this, they have to walk on eggshells all the time because of their audience. And they do this kind of fucking performative softening of their language. This euphemistic reference, like it wasn't the most elegant of Trump. Like, holy shit. Hop off this guy's nuts, bro.
But really, it's about Bondi. So the question is,
It's really
do we
about
agree with
Bondi.
Bondi's
It's
position?
not really just about Bondi, Nate the lawyer. Nate the lawyer. It's not just about Bondi. You just heard Trump essentially endorse what Bondi said. And there are other clips where it's more explicit. But there he's basically saying Kirk might have thought different now, implying, obviously, that Kirk was probably wrong and that Kirk would think different now because the circumstances have changed such that, obviously, a smart guy like Kirk would agree with Bondi. That is to suggest that Trump agrees with Bondi. You need to make Lisandro Peña call in or ban him. I don't know, Andy, because Lisandro Peña, he's a cherished member of the community. So how could I ban such a cherished member? I think he's also like adding. This guy might be so obsessed. He might be in love with me, because he's also like in every single one of my tweets, being like, "You're just a blah 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 blah, and this is the problem, and Pisco was the reason that Kirk is dead, and this blah 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 blah." So he's either insanely in love with me, or a cherished member of the community, or I don't know, just a regular old hater. Peña's password is Pisco forever. I would like to speak with Lisandro Peña. That would be cool.
And just so everybody understands what the current law is, so we can all just understand where the law is at.
Thanks for the goober content. You're welcome, Gina. Thank you so much for the super chat.
What is it called? Well, it's Stokey. It's the Stokey case. Here are the facts of Stokey, so we can all understand.
Stokey.
Stokey, Illinois. Frank Collin was the head of the National Socialist Party of America, better known as the American Nazi Party. When Collin was temporarily blocked,
Are
from
they
leading
watching
party
AI
demonstrations in his
slop?
Chicago neighborhood, targeted the village of Skokie just outside Chicago for his next Nazi march. In Village of Skokie versus National Socialist Party of
Oh, no,
America,
this is Quimby.
Collin
Is this
resisted
Quimby?
Skokie's efforts to keep him out. Skokie's population of around 70,000
Is this
was more
Quimby?
than half Jewish. Between 5,000 and 7,000 concentration camp survivors lived there. Collin notified Skokie officials that the party would hold a peaceful public assembly in front of the village hall to protest the village's requirement that the party obtain insurance before demonstrating in the village's public parks.
Now, one thing they don't mention here is the insurance they told them they had to get were $350,000.
This isn't Quimby,
It
is
sounds like
it?
the same playbook as the university, so deja
Yes.
vu.
So then what they decided to do is protest the requirement for the insurance. So that's how the case moved forward.
The demonstration would last 20 to 30 minutes and consist of 30 to 50 demonstrators marching back and forth. The demonstrators would wear
I don't
German
think this
Nazi
is
stormtrooper
Quimby.
uniforms, including a swastika armband. They were to carry a banner displaying a swastika and signs with messages like "Free Speech for the White Man." Skokie sued the party in state court, seeking to enjoin party.
The state court enjoined them, and then eventually went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court made the famous ruling that hate speech is free speech. And I think, to be fair to Pam Bondi, she may have been confusing hate crimes with hate speech, but that's me being generous.
Like, or call to action.
No
Okay, because a call to
way.
action is not
No
speech.
way.
But just so everybody
no
understands, the Supreme Court
shot.
has made it very clear. Hate speech is free speech. It's protected. And
No shot. No shot. That this is just fucking after the fact, like cleanup. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General. She knew what she was doing. You're going to say she confused hate crime with hate speech? She even said in that entire clip, there's free speech and then there's hate speech. She didn't say there's free speech and then there's hate crimes. How on earth could you possibly think that AG Bondi was just confusing hate crimes with hate speech when she's literally distinguishing free speech and hate speech? She's not confusing that. And then doubling down. And then Trump is like obviously seeing the discourse or at least he should be seeing the discourse. I don't know what they're showing him, I guess. How could you possibly say, oh, yeah, AG, to be charitable, she's probably like, what does he say?
But not free speech. And I think Twitter joined them and then eventually went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court made the famous ruling that hate speech is free speech. And I think, to be fair to Pam Bondi, she may have been confusing hate crime.
She may have been. How? This is so charitable.
With hate speech. But that's me being generous.
Like, or call to action.
It's being absurdly generous.
Because a call to action is not speech.
But just so everybody understands, the Supreme Court has made it very clear. Hate speech is free speech. It's protected, and it's the reason why we have the First Amendment. So go ahead, guys. Sorry about that.
I've always had a problem with hate. I've always felt like you don't need hate crimes legislation because, like, murder is a murder is a murder. And in my state, regardless of what your motivation is, if you commit a murder, it's an automatic life sentence. So I don't, I get it. But when it comes to deciding on what hate speech is, who's the arbiter of that? Who gets to decide what is? And I guess it's like whichever party's in power gets to decide what hate speech is. And that's why the Supreme Court had to rule the way that it did in that Skokie case, because, you've got to, in our society, we've got to tolerate even speech that we find offensive, because it's free speech for everybody or free speech for nobody. Because then you get people, because when you get people in office saying we're going to ban this kind of speech or that kind of speech because we label it as hate speech or whatever, then it just defeats the entire First Amendment. You just can't have a First Amendment if you have prosecutors like Bondi coming out saying, okay, we're going to shut down this kind of speech or that kind of speech.
The Nazis in that case were represented by Jewish counsel. Yes. And that was famously. David Goldberger, I think, was the lead counsel there. I think Dershowitz was involved as well. That's back in the 80s when there actually was such a concept as people being liberal, and liberalism made sense as opposed to switching over into leftism. But
what?
Yeah, that was very much the right decision, and it's one that it's kind of shocking that Pam Bondi would make that comment. That
it's
she made.
not
I don't think she was talking
shocking.
about hate crimes. I do think.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is the one base thing he said is, of course, she's not talking about hate crimes. But how can you be surprised?
The heck she's even talking about there. That was I thought her speech there was hate speech. What she said there, I found to be hate speech because I don't know how.
I found what she said about hate speech to be. Me too, Joe. Me too. That was hate speech. I hated it.
To say it, but
it was hate speech. That's Trump's definition. It's actually kind of a banger from Trump. You can say what you want about Trump. He's got a lot of. I mean, it's disgusting. I laugh because what else? Sometimes what else can you do but laugh? It's like what Aaron said. It's like it is hate speech. I hated it. Fuck, is that The Office? But then Trump goes, what do you think about this hate speech thing? I think we should go after you. like this guy's a fucking tyrannical monster. And he's just like, I'll just fucking we'll prosecute you if you ask me about hate speech.
That's a terrible thing to even start spreading, as Phil aptly pointed out. The next party in charge is going to be changing all the rules. And if you try getting all excited, and this touches into the whole Jimmy Kimmel story as well, if you get all excited about an onerous government going after your enemies when you're in power, that wheel spins very, very quickly. We saw it. Who hasn't seen that over the last six years?
Huh?
Trump to Biden to Trump, and now we saw how terrible it was if you're sitting there on the right under Biden. So
are we jumping into Jimmy Kimmel then?
What are you pointing to? How much damage has been done to our collective psyche by having to listen to these whataboutisms that don't even fit? Russiagate, fucking Hunter Biden, Burisma, this debunked garbage.
Well, we are, but I have to say that I'm so charmed by seeing the left embracing the First Amendment. Isn't it wonderful that they found the Constitution now? They
always
free
supported
speech.
it.
It's wonderful.
You know why? It's because they tried to create a parallel economy and a parallel platform, and look what happened. That's it. So when conservatives go and do it, it plays out well, right? It works out. We have Rumble. Rumble took off after the leftists started doing what they did. We had Subscribestar that started to take off over Patreon. So,
but then there was Parler. That didn't go so well.
Parler, yeah, that
was also clamping down free speech with Parler, right?
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah.
So
you know what?
Why? Because Apple didn't list them on their fucking store? When you don't have any standard whatsoever about what these things are and what categories, and this is the Rob, once you see this Rob technique, you'll actually never unsee it. Where did I put the fucking thing? Hang on. All right. Here I can draw the margins. But Rob's whole thing is no standard. Right? Try not to have any standard. Because then he'll... so, for example, for insurrection, Rob doesn't actually have a notion of insurrection that he can justify. When it comes to things like government censorship, he doesn't have an independent, self-standing notion for censorship that he's willing to apply to himself. And to give you the, like, in abstract terms, what it is prior to the individual case. He doesn't want to talk in abstract terms about what these standards are before you start bringing up cases. And if you have no standard and no definition, right? Because he loves this little when does a puddle become a lake type Sorty's paradoxes or whatever. When you have no standard, you can just like compare anything and everything becomes the same thing. So Apple delisting Parler from the I think that's what happened, I'm not sure. But Apple delisting Parler from the App Store, that's censorship. Twitter, government talking to people about, or to social media companies about violations of TOS, that's censorship, because you don't have a self-standing independent standard for what constitutes censorship apart from the cases you want to bring up. And so everything is everything, and everything is under the same label, right? So anything that even like approximate or sounds like government corruption or bribery, they have no self-standing. Also for like obstruction of justice, fraud. How often will you see someone like Rob start one of his streams by discussing these terms in abstract? What is an insurrection? Well, for me, an insurrection is da 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 da. For me, censorship is da 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 da. It's always through the lens of cases and exclusively cases. And those cases only relate to the alleged double standard and to the point that we shouldn't be doing any of this. Like, none of it should be on the table. As opposed to, no, there should be some categories of unprotected speech, and they have specific definitions, and these are what they are.
Them, screw the left. I'm over it. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander, politically and culturally. Now, when you get into legal speak, that's a different situation, right? The reason I'm okay with the Jimmy Kimmel bit is because financially they could not keep Kimmel alive, and Disney could have fought it, ABC could have fought it.
So you don't care about the government threat?
Didn't want to, because they wanted to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. They had an interest in getting rid of him too.
Yeah.
So for anybody who's saying, "Oh, this is a clear-cut case of censorship," okay, yeah, I mean, politically speaking, it's a good PR move for Disney to take this approach and say, "Oh yeah, the government
got covered now. They got covered.
Yep, and that's all it is. They're getting cover to do exactly what they wanted to do anyway. Screw Kimmel. He lied. He created a liability for his company by lying and saying, "Oh, they're trying to say that this guy is just like that, or that this guy who's just like them is something else."
He didn't say that.
That's a lie. That's an
he didn't say that though. He didn't say that.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the mega gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half?
I'm good.
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House.
And they're laughing. See, it's so performative. Like, these guys give a fuck about. Can you imagine if a Democrat was asked this question? What do you think about Charlie Kirk? Yeah, I'm good about it. Anyway, so we're doing this thing in Congress. Can you imagine what the reaction would be? So Democrat, this is the hypothetical. A Democrat is asked, how are you holding up after the Charlie Kirk assassination? Like, yeah, I'm doing good. So we have this very interesting proposal coming for the budget in about a week, and I want to talk. Like, you would never hear the end of it. He's asked directly whether or not the Charlie Kirk thing is, what's his thoughts about it, and he says, yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's good. They don't give a fuck. Trump doesn't give two shits. And they laugh when he does it, when he just is like, doesn't answer the question. Yeah, good.
It's going to be a beauty. Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction.
There's a couple of things I want to point out about this.
Yeah,
First and
Hold
foremost,
on, I'll stop, and I'm gonna go back to this screen. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
yeah, first and foremost, the thing he got in trouble for is what he said about two elements to it. That he lied about the fact that this was, obviously one of theirs, and also
He
that
didn't
implied
say
all the
that. He didn't say that. This is so insane. We live in a different reality.
grieving is purely for scoring political points, because frankly, all he was doing was telling on himself rather than actually accurately reflecting how MAGA is feeling about what happened to Charlie Kirk, and that this is some opportunity to score political points rather than genuine outrage. But the other thing is that
Trump, look at Trump.
Break down
Look at what Trump said in response to that. Does he look like an outraged man? Does he look like he's fucking mad?
He said there in his monologue, the entire point he says, those first 13 seconds, when he's attacking MAGA and saying this is obviously someone who's one of theirs,
Didn't
he
say
then
that.
shifts over into, and the White House is flying flags at half staff, which is very controversial. And that
should be controversial.
There was no reason to even throw out.
It is controversial because it shouldn't have happened.
The first part there, other than he just had an agenda. This was not an attempt at comedy when he was saying that. He had an agenda. He wanted to shoehorn that into his monologue, and he felt like that was a moment that he could shoehorn it in. But there was no joke about that part, which he's being, which people found to be so offensive, which only shows just how twisted his whole perspective is, that he had to get it in. It wasn't setting up a joke. I have to say this. Now that doesn't really touch on whether or not he has a right to say it under free.
Is this guy, who is this guy, Daniel Price? What is this? The overwhelmingly bipartisan support the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act got wasn't an attempt at overreach by both sides. It was a bipartisan attempt to stifle the First Amendment. I have problems with some of the legislation that was done to protect or promote Israel interests or whatever, or that under the guise of preventing anti-Semitism. But I don't know why you're so mad or who you're talking to.
Speech, which it doesn't really touch on that issue, but it does reveal just how twisted his perspective is. But we should talk about the whole free speech.
We'll talk about the free speech element. But let's say if a Republican, because let's say it's a Democrat that was shot by the guy who was a registered Republican, voted for Trump and all that stuff. So if let's say if it happened in reverse, where someone said, well, that guy was a Democrat, even though all the evidence shows that he was a Republican, would you also feel that guy should lose his job too for that statement, even though it's a lie?
It's about the government. Or are you talking about from?
Let's say Jimmy Kimmel the same thing, but now it's reverse. He did it in reverse. He was a Republican, but he did it with a Democrat. But the Democrats who got shot in Minnesota, he says that because
they know they do this. This is so fucking performative. They know they do this. They have no consistent standard. They know they lie about what the shooter is when the shooter is Republican. And so obviously you shouldn't lose your job for lying about the identity of the shooter. If they say it on equal terms, and this is the precise correct question to ask from Nathan Lawyer, they know they do this, so they don't care if people lie about the identity of the shooter. If it's a right-wing shooter, they don't care about that. Obviously, that's just your view. We can't be firing people because they have a different view on who did the shooting unless it's an alleged right-winger.
He was a Democrat, a left-wing radical. Would we be okay with that person being fired?
Yeah, I would, Nate, because
if they didn't apologize.
Look,
yeah, they didn't
correct the record.
I think he was a Democrat.
They're entitled to protect their brand.
No, he was not.
I think he was a Democrat. Look, and he's doing it. He fucking knows. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Isn't it September? Don't you guys get don't you actually win stuff if you sub to me or you become a member to me or something? Isn't that well, I'll tell you one thing. It's a very funny prank, very funny joke. And so I very much appreciate the support. But yeah, look at this fucking devious smile. He was a Democrat. Fucking good logic. Look at that. Look at that fucking... I should make that an emote. That is... Hang on a second. That is an insane face. He's literally doing the troll face. He knows. He definitely knows.
See, so you should be fired.
It's a business thing. They're entitled to protect their brand.
All right, all right, cool.
He was supposed to have ties to Tim Walz. I mean,
well, he was appointed.
That's not the question, though. These people love to shape the question. It's not, do they have the right to fire them based on reputational risk, etc. It's whether or not you agree with it, not whether they have the right to.
A job by the governor, a lot of people get appointed to jobs that are cross-party. Not every single person appointed to a job is automatically in the same party as the governor. But if you look at his entire MO, who he voted for, he's extremely pro-life. So really, that killer is...
One sec. Folks, be right back just in 2 seconds. Yeah. Okay, and we're back.
Number one issue was very, very pro-life was his big issue, and he was going after people.
He's like, oh, but he had that one job one time. He had that one job one time with the Democratic governor or whatever. It wasn't even like it was a Democratic governor appointed position to fill some fucking ministerial role. Who the fuck knows? Or some fucking board. Some board. Who cares? That doesn't mean he's a Democrat and is a liberal Democrat. And he's like, I guess.
Who were pro-choice. That was kind of his selection criteria in doing it. So,
I've been on this, Mantis. I've talked to these people before. I could probably get on if I want to. I've been on this show specifically, and I've talked to Good Logic multiple times.
What Nate just did here is exactly what the left has been trying to do, which is to try and compare the assassination of Charlie Kirk to Elizabeth Portman, which is the most disingenuous claim in the world. And the reason it's so disingenuous is because you cannot compare someone who, on a national level, is completely unknown, some private person who has a personal.
She's a public lawmaker.
With them now comes after them, and now that
also this guy had like a longer list, right? What did the assassin guy? What was this guy's name? Assassin Melissa Hortman. Like, didn't he have a longer list? I forget what it was, who the list contained. But what he's saying is you can't compare someone who's killed who's more famous to someone who's killed who's less famous, a private person. Walls was on the list. Yeah. Walls was the VP designate, the nominee.
No. And the reason it's so disingenuous is because you cannot.
It's disingenuous to compare because you cannot compare
someone who, on a national level, is completely unknown, some private person who has a personal issue with them, now comes after them. And
a personal issue. So that's a personal issue. Oh, well, then I can just be like, okay, well, this person who killed Kirk had a personal issue because he knew someone who was very close to someone who was, personally trans, and so that was a personal issue.
Now that individual becomes famous through their death, right? No one ever heard of Elizabeth Hortman. I mean, aside from the 12 people who voted for her in Minnesota. No
Elizabeth Hortman?
On a national scale. None of these media pundits who are all talking
What did he say? No one knew?
With them, now comes after them. And now that individual becomes famous through their death, right? No one ever heard of Elizabeth Hortman. I mean, aside from the 12 people who voted for her in Minnesota. No one ever heard.
This is so disgusting. What a disgusting fucking thing to say. Well, you can't compare them in terms of Republican or Democratic violence because one is just so much more well-known. I agree that Kirk was significantly more well-known, but that doesn't mean you can't compare them. Like, why couldn't you compare them?
Heard about it, certainly on a national scale. None of these media pundits who are all talking about her had heard about her. She literally became famous through her death, as opposed to Charlie Kirk, who became famous, and that his fame was the cause of his death. That was his fame was the cause of his death.
And what do you think was the cause of Hortman's death? What was the cause of Hortman's death? It's because he didn't know her? He obviously knew who she was. This is insanity, dude. Absolutely crazy.
Measuring fame on a stick gets really uncomfortable, Joe. I got to tell you, like, just think about it for a second.
Let's
what
go.
You said. I'm sure you don't mean it when you're like, hey, her getting killed actually made her famous. She was the speaker of the House, if I recall.
She was the speaker of a private person. That's who Good Logic, Joe says, was a private person, was the former speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives.
She was very high up in she was a politician. She had political beliefs. She was killed for her political beliefs.
What Joe just said was disgusting. Let's just be clear. She was the leader of the House.
Wow. Oh wow, he gets offended. Did he get offended? Look at this.
Of the House, if I recall. She was very high up in she was a politician. She had political beliefs. She was killed for her political beliefs.
What Joe just said was disgusting. Let's just be clear.
I mean, think of let's be clear. Fucking base. Nate the Silver. I mean, fuck. What did I just say? Nate the Lawyer. I can't talk today. Mantis with the huge $5. New Zealand. So it makes it less money. Pisco. Doobie thinks Kamala linking the bail fund for BLM is as destructive as Trump pardoning J6ers. Am I deluded for thinking he's insane? I don't think Doobie would say such a thing, though. I don't think Doobie would ever say this. Would Doobie ever say this? But thank you very much for the 5. New Zealand. Doobie's insane and can be ignored at this point. All right, but that was a sick moment from Nate, the lawyer, who said what Joe just said is disgusting.
She was a politician. She had political beliefs. She was killed for her political beliefs.
What Joe just said was disgusting. Let's just be clear. She was
Wow.
the leader.
Look at how offended he is. Look. Oh, they're so wow. Look at this. Look at this. He's so offended. He's so angry. Wow.
What Joe just said was disgusting. Let's just be clear.
Wow. Look at his eyebrows. This is like he's hurt. He's hurt. Thank you so much for the super chat. Worst part of this is if we survive, they will pretend they never supported this. True. Doobie said it. Doobie would say it. Oh no. We have a witness. Someone called Doobie. Gen X was there. Wow.
She made her famous. She was the speaker of the House, if I recall. She was very high up. She was a politician. She had political beliefs. She was killed for her political beliefs.
What Joe just said was disgusting. Let's just be clear. She was the leader of the House.
Wow.
But you said it was just no. You're minimizing her death because she was. That was pretty disgusting, Joe. That was pretty disgusting.
No, that is ridiculous.
Oh!
No, I'm sorry.
You say they don't have because you say they're not because everybody knew.
What I am saying is when you're talking about the impact this has on the country, when you talk about the impact that people are going to have when they hear about a story, when you talk about him making a joke like that and being completely insensitive to the feelings of his audience or people who are going to hear that he said this thing, and you want to compare the impact he's having there.
What he just said is way worse than anything Destiny has ever said. Ever said? I don't know about ever said, but this is pretty bad in my opinion. Let's just make sure we'll do a little reaction. All right, guys, nobody say anything. I'm gonna pretend that I didn't hear this already, and I'm gonna do a little thing for the short. Okay. All right, so no one.
Killer. His number one issue was very pro-life.
How hard theirs, and also that he implied that all the Friday the White House. And the other thing is that is interesting. If you actually break down what he said there in his monologue, the entire point he says those first 13 seconds when he's attacking MAGA and saying this is obviously someone who's one of theirs, he then shifts over into and the White House is flying flags at half staff, which is very controversial, and that's the real setup of the joke. There was no reason to even throw out the first part there, other than he just had an agenda. This was not an attempt at comedy when he was saying that. He had an agenda. He wanted to shoehorn that into his monologue, and he felt like that was a moment that he could shoehorn it in. But there was no joke about that part, which he's being, which people found to be so offensive, which only shows just how twisted his whole perspective is, that he had to get it in. It wasn't setting up a joke. I have to say this. Now that doesn't really touch on whether or not he has a right to say it under free speech, which it doesn't really touch on that issue, but it does reveal just how twisted his perspective is. But we should talk about the whole free speech.
We'll talk about the free speech element. But let's say if it's a Democrat that was shot by the guy who was a registered Republican, voted for Trump and all that stuff. So if let's say if it happened in reverse, where someone said, well, that guy was a Democrat, even though all the evidence shows that he was a Republican, would you also feel that guy should lose his job too for that statement, even though it's a lie?
Are you talking about the government, or are you talking about from?
I'm talking about let's say the same thing, but now it's reverse. He did it in reverse. He was a Republican.
So Joe is just basically asked, if it were in reverse and a Democrat were shot, what would your reaction be?
But he did it with a Democrat. But the Democrats who got shot in Minnesota, he says that, hey, the shooter was one of theirs. He was a Democrat, a left-wing radical. Would we be okay with that person being fired?
Yeah, I would, Nate, because
if they didn't apologize.
Look,
they didn't.
Correct the record.
I think he was a Democrat.
They're entitled to.
He was not.
I think he was a Democrat. Oh no! Does Joe actually believe the meme because he was appointed to that board? Wait, let's watch.
No, he was not. You see?
Look at that smile. Holy shit! This is devious. This is devious as fuck.
It's a business thing. They're entitled to protect their brand.
All right, cool.
He was supposedly had ties to Tim Walz. I mean,
well, he was appointed to a job by the governor.
Ties to Tim Walz?
A lot of people get appointed to jobs that are cross-party. Not every single person appointed to a job is automatically in the same party.
Even his own panel is pushing back on him
as the governor. But if you look at his entire MO, who he voted for, he was extremely pro-life. So really, that killer, his number one issue was very pro-life was his big issue.
And he doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear the truth. Yeah, this person was a pro-life Republican. He hated Democrats. He had them on a kill list. He went after Melissa Hortman, who is the former Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives.
And he was going after people who were pro-choice. That was kind of his selection criteria in doing it. So,
but what Nate just did here is exactly what the left has been trying to do, which is to try and compare the assassination of Charlie Kirk to Elizabeth Hortman, which is the most disingenuous claim in the world.
What?
And the reason it's so disingenuous is because you cannot compare someone who on a national level is completely unknown, some private person who has a personal issue with them, now comes after them, and now that individual becomes famous through their death.
A private person? Are you serious? She was the former Speaker of the House of Representatives of Minnesota. She's not a private person.
Right? No one ever heard of Elizabeth Warren, I mean, aside from the 12 people who voted for her in Minnesota.
And also, by the way, it wasn't just her. It was her husband. And he went after and tried to kill a Minnesota state senator as well.
No one ever heard of her, certainly on a national scale. None of these media pundits who are all talking about her had heard about her. She literally became famous
This
through
is
her
so
death,
gross.
as opposed to Charlie Kirk, who became famous, and that his fame was the cause of his death. That was his fame was the cause of his death.
I think that measuring fame on a stick gets really,
the reason
really
that's
uncomfortable.
Even his
Joe.
own panel.
I got to tell you, like
they're pushing
just
back.
think about it for a second. What you said, I'm sure you don't mean it when you're like, "Hey, her getting killed actually made her famous." She was the Speaker of the House, if I recall. She was very high up. She was a politician. She had political beliefs. She was killed for her political beliefs.
What Joe just said was disgusting. Let's just be clear.
Oh,
she was
wow.
the leader of the House.
Wow.
What you said was just disgusting.
No,
you're minimizing her death because she was That was pretty disgusting, Joe.
He's more offended by Nate saying that he said something disgusting than he is at the notion that you can't compare two shootings of prominent political figures, well, because one is more prominent. This is so insane. This is worse than like half the people who are soying out about shit the left is saying. This is disgusting.
Not on a national level.
That's pretty disgusting.
No, it's a ridiculous. You know what? I'm sorry.
You're saying they don't have because you're saying
what I am saying is when you're talking about the impact this has on the country, when you talk about the impact that people are going to have when they hear about a story, when you talk about him making a joke like that and being completely insensitive to the feelings of his audience or people who are going to hear that he said this thing, and you want to compare the impact he's having there to the impact as far as like why aren't people rising up for Elizabeth Warren? The reason people aren't rising up for Elizabeth Warren,
Elizabeth, her name is not Elizabeth. It's Melissa. Say her name, Joe. Melissa Hortman.
Has more value.
Okay, now we're over on the short thing, so we can go back in real time.
I'm talking as far as how the public will react to a particular situation. You want to sit there living in la la land, pretending that the public is all of a sudden just going to become concerned about someone they never heard of before because they were assassinated. I think that you're living in a crazy place. I don't think that there's any logic to that at all. As opposed to someone who's killed because of the way they attain their fame and has a lot of fans behind that. That is something that is going to garner a great deal more attention. If you don't believe that, I'm sorry.
I'm a disaffected Republican, and silencing Kimmel was a bridge too far. I will only vote left from now on. Free Jimmy. Let's go! Every day, we have a further patriot committing themselves to the Constitution, committing themselves to this movement. There's a disturbance in the force, and the true patriots, the true Americans, they know it's not about party. It's about defeating the anti-constitutionalists. That's what it's about right now. So very much appreciate you. Kick the stanza. Free Jimmy.
Sorry, I don't think you're living in
My
reality.
question
Can
is,
I respond to all of that?
Go ahead.
The reason why I think it's
He's so pissed. Look at this. Look at how mad he is.
ridiculous is because he was a lawmaker in Minnesota.
Welcome
She
to
was running-
Antifa.
she was running
Welcome
of
to
that
Antifa.
state. She was killed because of what she was doing, because of who she was. And
Welcome to Antifa. Congratulations, Kick Nastanza. You are officially non-binary.
technically, Charlie Kirk has political values. He was killed for political violence. That's what makes it. It's funny.
so
Joe,
he wasn't killed for political
Joe, I'm not going to let you.
Oh, look at him. They're so look at their disgust at this brave black man for saying the truth and standing up for Melissa Hortman. And they see upon him with disgust. Look at this guy. Oh my God. This guy's got jigsaw killer eyes.
You can speak because I let you finish. So let's be adults here. So what I'm saying is that, yes, Charlie Kirk may have been better on the right. And the president, when he comes out and says, hey, this is my guy, that did put him to a particular place. But his life was no more valuable than her life. He was killed for his political beliefs. She was killed for the political beliefs. So that was
No.
He was killed for her political beliefs, and she wasn't. I let you guys speak. I'm just asking for you guys to respect my opinion when I let you guys just do what you said.
You're
misrepresenting. I don't care if I'm misrepresenting. You will have your time to speak. You will have your time to speak when after I finish speaking.
Oh, wow. They have to. It's my turn. I'm speaking. See, it's the Kamala Harris strategy, and it works.
Fact. That's all I'm asking. Because I let Joe speak. I disagree with a lot of stuff he said. I'm trying to respond. Please, just let me finish responding. So just so everybody is clear, political violence is wrong, left or right. And if someone wants to say they can kill these Democrats because they weren't famous enough, and that's okay, and they can't, but the Republican was, and we should feel differently about it, I disagree. I think we should feel the same way. Political violence is
Equality before the law. These people hate that.
unacceptable, no matter if you kill the person who's the dog.
No, I'm not letting you go further. And the reason I'm not letting you go further is because the implication of what you're saying is defaming me right now.
It's defaming me right now. You're defaming me. You're defaming me. I gotta take this screenshot. My face when you're defaming me. Defamers in.
Okay, no, I'm not letting you go further. And the reason I'm not letting you go further is because the implication what they're saying is defaming me right now. You are defaming me right now. You are defaming me with this misrepresentation you're making right now. I'm not allowing that to continue because what your position is implying that I'm saying that Charlie Kirk has more value. His life has more value.
That's how it Republican,
and that's how if that's how you took it. Then that was an absurd way. No, that was an absurd way of taking what I was saying.
No one knew her.
I'm not claiming that Charlie Kirk's life had any more value than Elizabeth Hortman. I am talking about the reality of the situation, and I'm not. To me, I completely condemn anyone harming a Democrat. Every time the topic of political violence, any type of violence, even if it's not political, comes out, I routinely tell my audience that if you engage in violence against the other side because they're trans, they're gay, they're black, whatever it is that your issue is, you're an idiot, and you deserve to be punished. I routinely defend anyone and join with you in saying that political violence of any stripe, any nature, is completely vile, disgusting, and it leads to your own self-destruction as opposed to self-harm to whatever cause you're advocating for, because all you're doing is building sympathy for someone else. So I routinely speak out against this, and I genuinely believe that it's an evil thing for someone to go out there and kill Elizabeth Hortman, and no less evil than it is to kill Charlie
I just think you can't compare them.
You come on here and start saying that I'm implying something other than that because I'm taking note of the fact that Charlie Kirk is a far well-known person, that he's being
You're not just taking note of that. Look at the face. Look at the face. You're not just taking note of it, Joe. You're saying that because there are differences in fame, that we should think about their implications in some kind of like unique way as relates to Killer, and how we would react to like the media saying one thing versus the other, lying about, because remember, that's what all this came up was. Nate was saying, imagine that the right wing were saying that this person who killed Melissa Hortman was a left winger when he was actually a right winger. Would you be calling for them to be terminated or for there to be like government pressure? And good logic was like, but he was a left winger. But also we should think about this differently because Kirk was more famous than Hortman. Wait, so because Kirk was more famous, we should think about an alleged lie differently for one versus the other? So it's not just noticing that one is more famous. Thank you so much for the membership. It's the implication that comes from that, which is that we should treat them differently vis-a-vis government action with respect to lying about the killer and also potentially in terms of termination.
Because of his celebrity. That's why he was being killed, because of his celebrity. And that's the point that I'm making. You want to come out here and saying, oh, Joe just said that Charlie Kirk matters and that this Democrat politician doesn't matter. That's not at all what I was saying.
Question. You said he was being killed for his celebrity.
He was.
I'm going
to... What does that mean? No, he wasn't killed just for his celebrity. He was killed because he was a famous person who had certain views, presumably, right? Because of what the killer took to be his hateful views.
I thought he was killed. But celebrity is one thing. I thought he was killed because he's leading a political movement, much like Martin Luther King. I think there are definite parallels to Martin Luther King, and not celebrity. Okay, I just think it's a little different. And I'm not trying to.
Surely, Nate, you'll have something to say about that.
Pick on you. I'm just saying. And the reason why I keep harping on it is it's in scale. Charlie Kirk is a far more well-known figure. Absolutely.
However, it's a little bit much, the Martin Luther King comparison. The dude is a propagandist shill for the government. Martin Luther King was leading a movement in opposition to government overreach and to the lack of equal protection. And Kirk stood in opposition. I guess they're both like making speeches. They're both attracting audiences. But that can be pretty much true of like many of these influencers and commentators. I think the comparison to Martin Luther King's a bit too much for me.
He was killed for his political opinions and stance. The other individual was killed for their political opinions and stance. So it is apples to apples.
It's not clear.
Oh no!
Maybe we should rewind this video. But the response when I asked, they said the specific difference was one was a national figure, known by everybody. This was nobody. Then we started making that distinction, and I made the question, and I thought that was wrong because
I'll prove it to you. Nate, I'll prove it to you. Okay, I'll prove it to you. You're going to tell me that the reaction to the assassination of Martin Luther King is anything like the assassination of Elizabeth Hortman? Do you think that for a second? Let's take the political sides out of it. When MLK was murdered, you think anyone was making the same?
No, you don't have to say that they were the same reaction, but you were saying not that they were more famous and one elicited more of a reaction, which I think Nate should and would grant. I think you were speaking of the different implications that one's fame should have on how we should construe a lie told by a journalist pertaining to such death and whether it would justify action in one case versus the other. So it's not just that there would be a different scale of reaction, which I think Nate should grant and would grant. It has to do with the implication of what that difference suggests in light of government overreach.
Think about Elizabeth Hortman as when MLK was murdered. And if you're going to make that claim, that's asinine.
And also, who the fuck is Elizabeth Hortman?
Can I follow that up to say why there's a distinction there?
Do you not believe people are outraged?
Danny's turn. Danny, let Danny go. She's
I just want to say that Martin Luther King embodied civil rights. He is the embodiment of us agreeing to get along despite our skin color, us agreeing to dream together, us allowing us to come together. That is what he embodies.
And by the way, a lot of people celebrated MLK's death. Am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about that?
That is what Charlie Kirk embodied for freedom of speech and civil dialogue, and saying we don't need to have violence. We don't need to resort to name calling and cancellations and everything else. We can rise above this. We can just agree to disagree. That's okay. You can be wrong and I can think you're wrong, and that is okay. That is something that you cannot compare to the death of a politician who voted a certain way on a bill or who said one thing one time. This is completely different, and that's why you're seeing the international outrage in South Korea, in the UK, elsewhere, people honoring Charlie Kirk because that's what he embodied. God bless the man. God bless the man.
Nate, please answer my question, please. What do you think that the assassination of MLK is in any way relatable to the assassination of Elizabeth Hortman? That's the same thing.
It's Melissa, by the way.
Yeah, it's
sorry, whatever. Melissa,
it's Melissa, but
whatever.
I would say yes, they were both killed for their political stances. Yes.
So then why did the public react so differently? Why? How many people attended the funeral of MLK versus those who attended?
Oh my God.
So let's say George Floyd. George Floyd.
Just answer it. Yeah, they're different. Nate, come on.
Floyd,
right?
Below Elizabeth Hortman.
What did he embody, Nate?
Right. It was all across the country. What I'm saying, and I just want to be very, very clear, is that she was killed for her political beliefs by a Republican. He was killed for his political beliefs for a Democrat. And this context of
we're gonna say left. We're gonna say leftist and right.
And then one side trying to pretend that this doesn't happen. See, I would say Charlie Kirk is more analogous to maybe Harvey Milk, who was shot and killed in a very similar manner. So I would say that maybe. But again, it all depends. I just want to make it very clear to the audience that any political violence, no matter if you're killing a Republican or a Democrat, is abhorrent. What happened in Minnesota was abhorrent, and what happened with Charlie.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
No qualifications. No qualification. No, I'm not qualifying anything I'm saying.
It's not the same because he could have just as easily been killed by someone who was radical on the right, not because of his political beliefs, but because of what he embodied, because of what he practiced, because of what he represented. And there's a reason why you had people on the left as soon as he died going, "Holy shit!" There were professors who were going, "Holy shit! This is opening a can of whoop-ass worms. We're not ready to pay for. We're not ready to deal with." It is absolutely a high potential that this will go violent very quickly.
And there's another element also here, which is very.
He's loud. He's mad.
There's several other elements here also, Danny. I apologize. I need to get this. There's several other elements. Number one is you see so many people on the left making TikTok videos celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. So when people are sitting here saying that, oh, it's the same thing, there's violence here, there's violence there. How many people on the right did you see celebrating? Oh, yay, they got Melissa Hortman. Did you see anyone who was bizarre and insane enough on the right to take that position? Because
this, I think, is one of the So first of all, I think that there were people who were like, because if we construe celebrations as anyone making jokes, which a lot of the right wing is right now, if that's your definition of celebration, then absolutely, yes, there were jokes back then, and there were jokes about other acts of violence against Democrats. So if that's all it takes to be quote quote celebrating, but beyond that, you can just grant that the reaction is going to be stronger. There's going to be more celebration in the context of a more divisive, more well-known national figure as opposed to a more regional public figure, for sure. That is a way to distinguish the conduct of private individuals. But you were making some kind of normative assessment here, Joe, that somehow your intuition about whether or not one act of government censorship or employer termination would be justified based on how prominent the public figure is, and so a lie about one versus a lie about the other. That's what I think ultimately, there's a normative element there that Nate has identified but isn't able to elaborate at the moment. But that is what it is, I think.
Yes. I have tweets. But again, do we want to really coach the right in these lunatic tweets that we found on Twitter? Because I can show you those tweets of people saying, "Yeah, she died. Yeah, another Democrat died." Or am I supposed to pretend that didn't happen?
I didn't see that.
I just want to make it very clear.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If this were Hassan, if this were Destiny, if this were Chuck Schumer, if this were Nancy Pelosi, you would see the witch is dead. You would see that kind of stuff. You would. You know you would. If, like, Nancy Pelosi was shot in the head by some crazed maniac, coward shooter, you would see that kind of stuff. Yeah, that is where the comparison to Hortman falls apart. But that's to the left's credit, I think, not to the left's detriment. It's if we had an equivalently significant figure in the recent few years being killed in this kind of manner, you would see, I think, that kind of reaction. And the evidence also is like when George Floyd was killed, you had no angel. People were happy he was dead. People were mocking, and even today, you still have George Floyd. You have all this other shit. So I don't think that you can ignore the fact that Charlie Kirk was a more prominent figure, but you just can't use it, I think, to justify that normative distinction that Joe was trying to get to, which is that, the determination in one case is justified versus the other, just based on the prominence of Kirk versus Hortman.
Are you saying there's no tweets about Republicans celebrating?
No, what I'm saying.
I want to make sure I get you on camera here. That no Republican celebrated that death because I want to make. Because I know
we're saying
crazy.
normal
I love John
Republicans.
Joe, and I'm going to check them right here. So Joe,
normal doctors.
I'll show it.
This is
Hold on, everybody.
This is bad faith. This is so bad faith. This is so bad faith. Holy shit. This is bad faith. This is fucking bad faith. This is so bad faith. This is making so bad faith.
What I am saying is you can't go on the internet. You cannot get on the internet without seeing these videos. You want to tell me
you changing it now? What I'm saying is you asked me, and now you're changing it up. So I understand that you got this recovery issue here now.
Joe, you guys, this is normal. These are normal people who are celebrating. These are our nurses, our doctors, our firemen, our law enforcement officers. There are politicians who are celebrating.
Joe, interrupt her.
Politicians, Nate. This is not normal.
Wait,
this is not okay.
Which politician is celebrating it? Name one. Name one. These people are deranged. Who are the Democratic politicians celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk? Name a single one.
This is not a whataboutism. Sure, I'm sure there were crazies on the right.
Nate is not saying it's whataboutism. It's way off track.
Hold on. When we're talking about cancellationism too, and we're talking about cancel culture on the right and the left, this matters because what we're talking about is the celebration of political violence by people who might be changing out my heart, by people who might be helping me deliver my son, by people who are okay with saying, yeah, that guy's a prick, so he deserved to die.
Yeah. So some fucking unhinged people on Twitter celebrated. Some, by the way, didn't, and are just basically saying they feel nothing or saying that he was a bad person. I do think that Kirk should not be whitewashed, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, it doesn't mean that you're going to be killed in your open heart surgery or whatever. It doesn't mean that you should fear this kind of shit. It's performative when you're suggesting that you're scared, that because of your views, the doctor that you go to, that you're actually scared of that. You're not actually scared about that.
This is the same issue I had when people said conservatives shouldn't cancel people on the left during COVID. When people on the left, like Jimmy Kimmel, were saying, if you're not vaccinated, you deserve to die. That is a completely different thing than a bunch of
Did Kimmel say that?
Right
Danny,
wait, did Kimmy say if you don't get vaccinated, Jimmy Kimmel, if you don't get vaccinated, you deserve to die? All right, let's see. CNN.
Comedian Jimmy Kimmel last night made an interesting point in his monologue that's gotten a lot of attention today. So let me play that for you.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack? Yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo? Rest in peace, Wheezy.
Okay. That is so... that is not saying you deserve to die. That's saying we should use hospital resources in favor of people who have vaccination versus unvaccination. That the people who are... Now, I don't even necessarily agree with this at all, but it's not saying that you deserve to be fucking killed or deserve to die if you're not vaccinated. Give me a break.
Okay, I'm so glad that this politician...
That's like saying, like, okay, we should take after the people who can be saved first, or we should take, in any context, there's going to be limited medical resources. And yeah, he's saying that, like, basically a little bit fuck around, find out with the vaccine. I don't know that I would phrase it that way. He's also a comedian, but also he's not saying that you deserve to die if you don't get vaccinated. This is unhinged.
Danny, hold it for a second, because nobody is excusing this. And I know because I talked to Nate ahead of time. All those people, we're not excusing any of the doctors. We're not excusing any of that stuff. That is kind of getting a little bit off track. Nate was saying there's an AB example. Things have spiraled way up. But I can tell you right now that in my heart, Nate is not saying it's okay for a doctor to say that. He is not saying, and as a matter of fact, Nate, go and pull up Hassan. Because we have clips for today to talk literally about where is it speech and where is it violence. And Hassan Abi, or whatever you want to call the guy, has been out there spouting a lot of stuff.
Gen X says, that was fair. If someone has a heart attack, they get bed before someone ODing on horse paste. I guess, but wasn't there this problem that people said ivermectin is only horse medicine and it's not or something? I don't know. I'm not super clued in on the political correctness vis-a-vis ivermectin.
We literally have brought that clip of him putting together calling for violence, which is in fact definitely not free speech. And I think that there's a lot of emotions on the scale and things like that have gone way off track. But are you excusing any doctor from saying he deserved to die, or any social media person from celebrating?
This is like an old clip, right? Isn't this an old clip from years ago?
Dancing on TikTok. Were you saying that's okay?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Nate can find an example on the right. Those people are horrible, disgusting idiots. Those people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death are disgusting. I've said that, and I feel bad that they are so. Again, let me just finish my point.
Oh my God, he's so pissed. He's so pissed that he said that that what Joe said was disgusting. He's so offended.
And when Charlie Kirk first died, I said that because I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk says, but I also believe that celebrating is wrong. But I will also say this. If you are working for me and you're celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, I am going to fire you. And I understand why people would do that. And the same thing with the Melissa Hartman. If you're celebrating that she's a Democrat and died, I would fire you too. So what I'm saying is that I'm here for consistency. I am not. If the
okay, then find me a doctor or a nurse who did the same thing.
Over.
Yeah, I have one last question.
Now I got to look at
Oh no!
How the arguments go. First,
what's your question?
And then we go, well, find me a doctor. Find me the second grade teacher from this particular school.
Find me a law enforcement officer.
What I'm saying is, people who are not there. Well, Mike Lee. There's Mike Lee. So again, I'm going to fact check you in real time, and then it's going to be fact checking.
No, tell me. What did he say about
Sean? Jump in. Hold on, Sean.
No, Mike Lee did a tweet. It was very poor taste. It was a very shitty joke.
Yeah, it was pretty.
It was really bad. It was really bad. But
don't do anything. We fucking pretend that they're all good. And there's no Republicans that do anything. And then we have the evidence that the Republicans do anything. Oh well, you see, it's really got to make sure.
I want to see the evidence.
Everybody's done this ridiculous stuff, and I don't know why we can't just say. But let's move on to Hassan, because every time
before we move on,
so let's go to Hassan. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's there. Now it's Mike Lee. Now we got. So I'm just done with this.
Well, I have one last question before we move on.
Oh wow!
Disgusting at the same time. You labeled those who said that this was something to be celebrated as disgusting, and you labeled me as disgusting. Where do I rank that?
I said that you rank that. It seemed like because you said specifically when I'm calling disgusting. Maybe I should clarify.
I think it was a statement, not Joe.
What I was calling disgusting was a statement that Miss Hartman's killing was in some way not as important as Charlie Kirk's killing, because Charlie Kirk was a more famous figure. You brought up celebrity. Hold on, let me finish. You brought up celebrity, then you brought up reach, and you brought up nationality. And you said that's why it was, and you essentially use those terms. That's why that was more prominent and that essentially no one really would even care about this woman. And I was objecting to that particular characterization of the argument. I wasn't calling you disgusting. I was saying that characterization that you specifically said.
What Joe said was disgusting.
I think that we all, the tape was there. I don't know what you meant to say. Okay. The tape is what the tape is.
But I
and the point, and I think that you.
No, wait. Nate said that what Joe just said is disgusting. What a fucking, this guy, you're just looking to be the victim. This is, by the way, so emblematic. They just look for any way to be the victim. He didn't say you were disgusting. He said what you just said is disgusting.
You have no answer to the point that I made as far as if you compare Hortman to MLK.
Melissa.
Yeah, I did the same thing. Okay, so but if you compare, and that only proves my point that we can't even remember her first name. Yes, that's only proving my point as to how this was not.
That I can't remember. I can't remember Melissa Hortman's name, and so that proves my own point. You see, the fact that I said her name wrong proves my point. Proves my point.
Big deal, even to the left.
Because I can't remember. Because everything if I can't remember it, then it's obviously not prominent. That proves my point.
This was not something that they made a big stink about. Now they're making a much bigger stink about her now because, and you can say that's wrong. You can say that because I agree with you.
That's kind of crazy debate, Tech.
Because of the fact that she's less well known. I think that there are plenty of people out there that no one ever heard of who are far more valuable than any of us who have a lot more.
I'll take a look at this, Sid.
Okay, that's not any sort of yardstick. I don't give any. I'm not talking about when I use the term celebrity. The reason I use that term was to talk about the impact it has on the nation as a whole. And his impact was global. His impact was changing. Was something that was significant, that touched people's lives on a day-by-day basis. So when you want to compare that to Melissa Elizabeth Hortman, whomever it is, and you want to say it's the same thing, and you're saying that I'm switching gears here because I'm trying to find ways because of politics. I say back to you, she's not the same as MLK, and you know it. And the reason she's not the same is because the level of impact that she's having that he was having during the course of his life, and then being snuffed
Melissa
out, is not
Ann
remotely similar
Hortman,
to
by the
someone
way.
who is relatively a far less impactful individual. And I think you know that. And I think that if you answer that in good faith, you will recognize that is why comparing Charlie Kirk to Hortman is similarly an egregious take. As
if people care, then why can't I remember? Why can't I remember her?
Comparing MLK to Hortman. That doesn't mean Hortman is not potentially in a much higher rung of heaven, but the reality is that as far as how the nation is going to react to it, you cannot make this comparison.
Okay, I'm going to just respectfully disagree. I think she was killed by political violence by some nut. He was killed by political violence by some nut. I do agree with the reach of both parties. Charlie Kirk obviously is more prominent, but I disagree with this coaching that these are not the same. We should treat them as the same. Her murderer should be locked up and get the death penalty. His murderer should be locked up and get the death penalty. And now I do think if you want to change the conversation to change the conversation to the impactfulness, well, she is running one of the biggest states in the country. She is a part of the legislature. In that community, she is popular. She may not be nationally, but she is the one who's making people who has to vote and does this and actually affects people's lives. With Charlie Kirk is someone like a Rush Limbaugh. I think in their niche, they are both worthy of that respect. And let's not also forget, Trump said if Tim Walz would have asked him to do the flags and half-staff, he would have did it. And the governor and all that, and they're doing all that stuff in Minnesota for her. So yeah, even though her reach is localized, I disagree vehemently with this. Thank
you for the sub on YouTube, guys. If you sub and membership to the channel, it really helps me out. It makes me the biggest, most amazing person of all time. So super appreciate all of the support. You guys have been great, very wonderful. Look at this guy. It's a little bit of a détente at this point, but they were really going after it.
They are not similar. I think they're similar in the way they died, and I think it's similar in the way things they happen. I think it's similar. Our response should be similar to that.
And there's a third thing also here, which we haven't even mentioned at all, which is a very significant.
Okay, I might boycott this discourse, and the reason is when I do open calls, everyone wants, and I'm sorry, I'm not just picking on you, Jack. I appreciate it that my insight might be, I don't know, useful to that discussion. But the reason why I'm leaning towards boycotting this type of a discussion is because, one, it's been done to death by me, which is like, should we condemn? And I've laid out my points, which are, I think people in DGG and Destiny himself have already condemned it by saying it's bad and shouldn't have happened, that they condemn all political violence. And so the only thing left to discuss is like our intuition about what looks good and what is likely to achieve good results. And so here's what I might do. Here's what I'll do. Okay? I will review that discussion, and I think that will be the last time, at least in the next like 2-3 weeks, that we have this discourse on this specific channel. If they bring it up on Live and Learn or some other context, or Aaron wants to talk about it or some shit, that's that. But on my stream when I'm doing it and when I do call-ins, it just becomes a very circular conversation, or we go around in circles and we do the same point. So if you link it for me, I will watch the soy pill, and that will be, at least for the next few weeks, I'm going to boycott the should we condemn, should we not condemn. And it has to do with my own, like, just, I feel like the points have been made, and my boredom at the conversation. But I will review it as a matter of debate, and to see whether or not we, think who came out on top on that exchange or something. Do you have the link to it? Yeah, and it'll just evolve into optics arguments, which are so hard to back up with any evidence, right? So because I think that we've already condemned it and Destiny's already condemned it, I think that it just becomes an optics of like, should you use the phrase I condemn? Should you joke about it? Should you go, and if someone demands of you that you condemn, is there a distinction between politician and influencer? Does it matter? Like, that to me, I don't know. It's kind of like a vibes-based convo. But if you have the link to the conversation, this will be the last gasp of the Rohirrim. I can also just try to look for it.
element to this, which is that, and you can say that this is a gross take also, but it's a new reality that when you have someone who's not influential at all in any sort of legislature, we've seen political attempts on political figures all the time. That's happened to Scalise, it's happened to Hortman, it's happened on the left side, it's happened on the right side, and it's always terrible. But this is the first time we've seen in 2 generations where someone there was even an attempt of an assassination on someone because of their political speech when they are not a political individual. They do not have any role in governance at all. And the impact of this is far greater.
What do you think about Destiny's YouTube subs being paused? I don't think it's right. I'm in favor of these platforms having like pretty loose speech codes, and I don't think it's right that he be demonetized by the platform. Do you have the link? I'm not seeing it. I just typed in soy pill Destiny. I'm not. Is it in a VOD maybe? $49.50. So I'm assuming that's a VOD. So I feel the conversation was boring. Yeah, I imagine maybe. Unfuck America. I don't see it, man. I don't see it. Oh, it should be newest vids? Oh, vid? Let's see, videos. Newest vid on the main channel. $45.
Do you think most school shooters were white men? It's all part of the narrative, dude.
Yeah, the narrative.
It's all part of the narrative, and you know it.
Go ahead, preach. We're interested.
I'll bring it up.
And he said that in that environment, it shouldn't surprise people that they.
This guy does not look like Soy Pill.
Their guns and become anti-immigrant or whatever else because
he's significantly more redheaded. Sorry, guys. I am trying to get it. Jack, what of what? 49. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, he's there. You were right. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. All right. The Soy Pill.
Oh, both? Okay. Hey, so we talked on stream last week, and I think you can tell I'm progressive. Anything you're about to say about Trump, like, we both agree on that. You're preaching to the choir. So I don't think that your disavowal is going to change his rhetoric. That's very obvious. What I'm curious is what your end goal is. If you're trying to hold up a mirror to the Trump administration, are you trying to advocate that our politicians have the same rhetoric of not disavowing violence? Because the way I see this, you have a very influential position. You've got an audience of people who are willing to hear you. And when we were on stream together, it sounded to me like you said Republicans should be more afraid. You can tell these people it was out of context. Maybe I misinterpreted you. But if I'm charitable to you and I hear that, what do you think the millions of people who hear you are going to see? Because I see that just.
So the question, there's 2 questions there. It's a compound question. One is, what is your goal? And 2, what are you going to see? What do you think people are going to see? So already I don't like the question because it's a compound question. Maybe he's just saying like respond to the kind of stuff I'm talking about here. But because it's a compound question, he wants to get a bunch of stuff out. It's not really, he can answer whichever way he wants, and you're not getting the clarity that it seems that you're seeking, or you're not clear in what you want, Soy Pill. You know? So one question is, what is your goal? Second is, what do you think people are going to see? I mean, they're related, but they're not necessarily the same thing.
As dangerous as Hassan promoting a Houthi who you rail against.
Yeah, I don't think it's a serious question. I don't.
Which of them, right? It's not a serious question, but whether it's a serious question doesn't result. You're basically saying, I don't want to answer the question parentheses S. So right at this point, they're talking past each other. He's basically saying, I don't want to answer the questions.
I think that because I don't believe that you can have that feeling and then watch Donald Trump go on air over and over.
You're preaching.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jack Daniels. He's saying you're preaching to the choir. So he's basically saying, I don't want you to say, don't answer the question. I just want you to answer the question. I think, honestly, though, the problem is the Soy Pill has a compound question. And so which question do you want him to answer? He's saying both of them are like, or to the extent that he's hearing it, he's hearing a kind of concern. And so he's hearing a kind of concern, which is, what's the whole point of this? Why are you doing this? And he's taken issue with that stance in the first place at all. But I don't think that that's what the soy pill wants. The soy pill wants him to respond to it, and that's why he's interjecting.
Choir, please, can you do it without talking about Donald Trump? I think everything you're about to say about Trump is true.
I think I've made my position clear a million times. I think I've disavowed violence a million fucking times.
Okay, but why are you not doing it now?
What?
Why not?
I have before.
And so now we get more clarification what he wants. He wants to know, what's your point? Why are you doing this? So that's basically the essence of the question. It can all be encapsulated in why are you doing this? And I think that is the good question. That's the question of the day. And he's saying basically, why are you taking the stand now? You've condemned all violence. Why aren't you condemning this violence?
Okay.
I will not go into it.
What's your goal? Is it for clicks?
My
Is it
goal is I would
to
rather
hold up
fight
a
about
mirror?
this and have some semblance of.
My goal is I would rather fight about this. I don't understand that at all. Your goal is you would rather do something? Assuming that you need do something among a set of options?
Sanity carved out, then allow conservatives to hijack another shooting that if it turns out they don't get the bulgy trans manifesto that they really want, that they're just going to memory hole this one into non-existence like have every other instance of conservative violence.
Okay, so why not just do that?
I would rather fight here, and I would rather have, for the few people that are left with some semblance of sanity, watch a bunch of people come up to me and say, Destiny, you YouTube influencer, I care more about your opinion on political violence.
Yeah, but I'm not saying, you understand I'm not saying that. I care
about
about your
fine,
influence. I care about your influence. I care the way that if I can take you and I can be charitable to you and I can still say, whoa, this is unhinged. This person might be saying something incredibly dangerous. This person has millions of people. This person is becoming the conservative straw man on Piers Morgan, on CNN, and all these places. That someone in his audience might take the wrong message from that and do something bad with that. So
what do you think
don't you see
Jimmy
that's
Kimmel
dangerous?
said to get kicked off of ABC?
I do. Why are you bringing up things that you and I agree
I'm telling
on?
you that it doesn't matter
I
what you
agree.
say
It
on the
does
left.
No, it matters what you
matter.
say to your audience.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what you say on the left? Bro, you can't honestly hold this position and then critique me and Josiah on the notion of us like collabing with the Vanguard. So again, does what we do matter? Does what we say matter? Does who we associate with matter? Or does nothing matter until Trump imposes some kind of standard that everyone should agree to? It just very much seemed that the left's association, what the left was saying, all that stuff mattered, and now it just doesn't matter. This is my own point, I guess, of personal privilege. As relates to this stuff, I don't think you can have a conception of what Stephen is saying here unless you know matters with respect to what? Matters to the other side? No. Matters to independence? Perhaps. Like, there's just, I think, a lot of talking past each other. And I understand a lot of, I'm going to be honest here. I think that the soy pill's question, to the extent that it can be encapsulated, is why are you doing this? And the answer is because I would rather have this fight than another fight. And embedded in that answer is the notion that there need be a fight on whatever set of things that he's talking about. But you can start to see, like, I do think that there's a little bit of talking past each other. We're not fully comprehending each other at this moment. That said, the kind of feeling I'm getting from Stephen is he's angry at a double standard. He's angry that Dems are cucked in their rhetoric and not being offensive enough. And on that, a lot of that, I totally 100% agree, just to be clear. And Soy Pill's feeling is that he wants to narrow this conversation into the specific benefit of the particular stance in this case. And I think that that's talking past each other. I think that you can, to the extent that there's a synergy here, is okay, we can be frustrated at all of that and it not mattering in the sense of it not mattering to the other side or it not mattering into the overall state of affairs in the country, all the while taking the position that you should still condemn it, right? So there are elements of both that I agree with in this particular conversation. I think there's a lot of talking past each other, but to the extent that I'm able to fashion a coherent view of this conversation, it's why are you doing this? And his response is because this, what I'm doing here is the best alternative, is the best thing I could be doing. And there are a bunch of things I could do. And out of all the things I could do, this is the best. But we're not really getting as to why. Why do you think this is the best? And I guess that's why Soy Pill is pushing a little bit.
Absolutely matters. Do you think that it's okay for Hassan to say, I support the Houthi terrorists?
Not only...
Okay, so now this is not helping, I think, Soy Pill's point, to be honest. The more you try to bring in other examples and shit, the less tailored your response is going to be, and the more factual bases you can use to distinguish the specific incentives on this response, right? So, like, There are 1,000 things you could say to try to distinguish his incentive structure vis-a-vis the statement on the Houthis versus the statement on Charlie Kirk. Perhaps there's like a central inconsistency there, and I can even think that there might be. I just think that this is in this specific context of multiple questions being asked, but fundamentally there being the time crunch on getting your question answered. It's very unlikely you're going to be able to finish that this kind of conversational path. I think that your question needs to be much more focused and tailored. And when you start bringing in these other hypotheticals, people are sort of tapping their foot for the next question. I don't think you're going to be able to successfully pull this off, though there might be something there, you know?
Do I not think it's okay?
Matters. Do you think that it's okay for Hassan to say, I support the Houthi terrorists?
Not only do I not think it's okay to say that, you know, Elon Musk and everybody else posting tweets about the gun tweet that he made. You know where that tweet? Do you know where that post came from?
Yeah,
it came from my subreddit.
Okay.
So yeah, of course, I've been calling up political violence for as long as I've been a streamer. Obviously, I don't want to get killed.
Okay, but you're missing Soypil's point there, which is, okay, so he's a smart guy. He knows where he's getting at. He's like, all right, so you've condemned violence in the past. Why not this? You've condemned it on the left, on your quote unquote, farther left, but not now, right? Like if this is lefty violence, assuming this is, right? You've called it out in the past. Why not now? Well, it's because maybe the people demanding it are the right wing, but again, I guess that also gets to Soypil's point a bit. Maybe now I'm understanding more the thrust of his question, and Steven seems to, which is like they were pushing, or not they, but at least some people were pushing for Hassan to be banned and to actually use reactionary forces, right-wing people, to silence this kind of stuff and bring attention, raise attention to the fact that this kind of violent rhetoric or alleged violent rhetoric was happening. Why not condemn it now if it is in fact lefty violence? Because presumably we would condemn it if it was right-wing violence. And so really the only distinction on condemnation is our intuitions about what the person's likely to be in terms of his ideological composition. But if he's likely to be a lefty, as I think he is likely to be more left-wing than he is right-wing at this point, though it's still, I think, an incomplete picture, then why are you willing to condemn Hassan's violent rhetoric but not the violent action of this person on the left? I think that's the kind of central hypocrisy, perhaps, that Soypil's pointed out. And as I think more about it, I think it's a good one to push down. But yeah.
So you think everyone who sees you, people who don't know about you, are going to see you on these bigger...
That's they did condemn, which I think he did. That's my point too. Like, why say you shouldn't when you condemn violent rhetoric on the left, and in fact you did condemn the violence in this case, right? Like, that's my biggest problem. Is I feel that everyone in the DGG sphere has condemned it. They just haven't used the words I condemn or I disavow, right? They've already condemned it, so why say we shouldn't condemn it? Unless you're going to add to that, you shouldn't condemn it on their show. You shouldn't condemn it when asked. You should condemn it plus add something else. And on that, there doesn't seem to be an overriding consensus. It just feels like we've already condemned. And I've seen things like this is bad. We should, like, maybe you say those aren't sincere condemnations or something. Like, I really just think that there's a lot of emotional anger by people in certain spheres, including DGG and others, which is justifiable, totally justifiable, both on the fundamentals of the hypocrisy and on the overreach. But I'm not getting like a clear, okay, don't condemn, but we already condemned. You did condemn, and I think people should recognize that you condemned. But don't do it in the way they're at. Like, that's what my biggest trouble with it. And that's why the discourse is so frustrating for me is I don't think that whatever the prescription is, it's being followed. Or to the extent that I understand the prescription, I don't think it's being followed.
Mainstream shows and be like, oh, well, I saw this Destiny clip from 7 years ago. It's okay that he's saying it now because I know what his position was then. Like,
7 years ago?
Whatever you say. Even last week.
I've constantly said that political violence should not happen in this country. I've said it again.
Right. So is this...
Right. I mean, that is condemnation, right? By definition. Political violence shouldn't happen. It's not a specific, I suppose, condemnation of the specific thing, but it's a general one. But when pressed, he did say it was bad. Of course, it shouldn't have happened when pressed on the specific thing. So that is what I understand to be a condemnation. I don't understand a condemnation other than that. This is bad, should not have happened. And I heard him say that. So if there's some other notion or concept of condemnation, I'm just not understanding what people are referring to, unless they're talking about the specific words I condemn or something, right? Like, if there's some concept of condemnation separate and apart from saying something is bad and should not have happened, and I almost think that those are like equivalent statements by themselves. I think to say something is bad is to say it ought not have occurred, or it ought not obtain, right? So like, even I think that there's you saying something is bad is another way of condemning it, I think, and me saying it shouldn't have happened, that's almost anonymous by itself. So like, I don't know. There is perhaps someone somewhere can communicate to me, convey a concept of condemnation that is exclusive of, independent of, saying something is bad and shouldn't have happened. I don't understand what concept that is. And I'm having trouble with people who are saying, oh yeah, he said it's bad, it shouldn't have happened. He condemns all forms of this kind of stuff, but he doesn't want to condemn it. Like, well, okay, what? He's talking about demanded to be condemned. Why are they, when they are not demanding? How is it hard to understand? No, people aren't just talking about the demand to condemn. Like, they're not. They're saying you shouldn't condemn. By the way, I condemned before I was demanded to. And some people are saying, like, Newsom is cucking out because he condemned. Like, Ezra Klein didn't make that article because people were demanding it of him. He put it because he wanted to. And I, by the way, don't agree with the article in many respects. So it's this is just wrong and stupid, whoever said this. Blue Magic 1. The scope of this prescription is not just in response to a demand. It's in response to a fundamental inequality of something. It's not just the demand itself. Absent the demand, the condemnation has been prescribed as soy and weak beyond just the, well, don't do it in response to a demand. That's not true, Blue Magic 1. I want you to say it, Blue Magic 1. Actually, this is one in which I need a response. Blue Magic 1, you agree that what you said is not true, that the scope of the prescription is beyond just in response to demands. Yes or no? You agree that you're wrong about this? And then we'll move on. But I am going to stick here for at least 5 minutes while we get a response from Blue Magic 1. Because I hate when people say, you don't get it, you don't get it. Like, no, I'm hearing words. It is true. It is true. So it is your position that when people are saying this condemnation stuff is weak, they're just talking about saying you shouldn't condemn in response to a demand for a condemnation, as opposed to doing a condemnation in the presence of a lack of condemnation by Trump of other stuff. That is not, strictly speaking, a demand-related concern or grievance. It's a hypocrisy-related concern or grievance. And it's not a hypocrisy in the demand. It's a hypocrisy in the lack of condemnation on the other side. Yubbish. Yeah, and then he condemns it on Piers Morgan, right? So like he goes on Piers Morgan, and I think he does condemn it by saying it's bad, and he condemns all forms of political violence. And I didn't like that it happened. That's a condemnation. So I think that whoever is saying this Blue Magic 1, you're just like not you're not getting it. And this is part of the problem, I think, also with the rhetoric, and why after I do this review, I don't want to talk about this for a few weeks. Again, unless it's brought up naturally on fucking Live and Learn, or Aaron brings it up or some shit. But I'm not going to bring on more people to have this debate for the next couple of weeks, because it just grounds down into this, where there's a lot of justified and people who are feeling very heard when Steven says something like this, because it's speaking to a true sentiment, a true feeling that is actually shared by people of being hard done, and of witnessing this preposterous spectacle of the most performative and exaggerated kinds of displays of fealty and whitewashing. And so that comes from a genuine place that I totally respect, and that people are are relating to and are feeling like is being spoken to by what Stephen is saying. And I don't doubt that at all. And I even agree with the underlying sentiment. I just think that coming out of that, there's just lack of clarity on what is actually being demanded of people, and what is the concern in terms of the response from Democrats at this point. he has condemned it already. People are asking for more. And this point, I think yes, I agree. People are asking for more, and that is absurd. But in the specific debate, he said, I'm not going to condemn it in front of you until Trump does something. So he's saying something, right? Maybe it's, I'm not going to condemn it in the way you want or in response to what you're saying at this moment, current time. But the prescription, I think, is beyond that. Again, this is just all me part of saying the same thing. And this is why I think it's a little bit circular. The sentiment is coming from a place that is deeply, I think, profound and one that I even agree with, and it's a justified, righteous indignation at, I'm going to repeat myself, a preposterous spectacle of whitewashing, of double standards, of government overreach, of authoritarian fucking statements, of violent rhetoric from the right. So all of that feel like you just want to put your fucking middle finger. I'd be like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I'm not going to do what you ask me. Are you serious? It would be like, you're in a situation where like there's a serf and a master, and the master just beats the serf all the time, and then one day like the serf gets a little bit of dirt on the master's fucking whatever, and all of a sudden the master's like, oh, I need you to do this. I understand it's not a perfect comparison, but like, and then the serf's like, seriously, you're, after all you put me through, after everything that you've done in terms of ratcheting up the tensions, this bad shit happens to you. Like, that's the feeling that, and again, it's not a one-to-one comparison. I'm not comparing, guys, I want to be clear about something. I'm not saying that the murder or assassination of a person is like getting mud on your dirt and shoes. It's a comparison to the kind of feeling of the overwhelming amount of abuses and problems on the other side, and how one can feel resentment, growing resentment and anger and righteous indignation. But I'm not comparing the substantive acts in any other respect beyond that. I obviously have said that Charlie Kirk's assassination was horrible, horrific, all that shit. But basically the argument amounts to, well, fuck you, because I'm not going to give you what you want when we are living in this incredible state of inequality and absurdity, which I can even understand. Should have taken the past tense approach. I already did condemn it. Yeah. This is, I think, good. Yeah, but he didn't say that, right? Hell's advocate. But no, I do think that this is probably what I would do. I've already condemned it. I'm not going to do it right now. You know, I'm not going to. And this is also true, I think, the right approach for like October 7th or whatever. Do you condemn Hamas? I'm like, I already condemned them, but I'm not going to do it again in front of you. I'm not going to do this right now. We're not going to play this game. And I think that makes you look actually stronger. But yeah, I say mud on your dirt. I mean, mud on your fucking foot. So to me, like, this discourse, I can understand the feeling behind it, but you do have to, I think, respond to Soy Pill's point. He's like, what is to be gained? Even if it's true that we live in this absurdity, do we gain anything from saying, really, you want me to condemn this right now? And maybe there is something to be gained, and I'm a fucking idiot for thinking like, whatever, just say that you already condemned it and move on and push the line that you want to push. Maybe I'm the idiot because I think that like there's not a good response to that. But I understand the sentiment for sure. Totally do. And maybe it leads to a different result. I'm not convinced by it. And I think that's kind of what Soypa, I think, is trying to push on here, is like, you seem to think that it's worthwhile to condemn leftist violent rhetoric and to do so in kind of uncompromising and unconditional terms. But whatever your position is here, it seems to be a marked contrast. And can you explain that a little bit, and why are you doing this? That's what I'm trying to, I'm getting that feeling from Soy Pill. And what I'm getting from Steve is, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to have like, why are you even asking me this? And that obviously is going to upset Soy Pill.
Just for you, are you saying our politicians should adopt this, or are you just using it as a way to...
I'm saying that people on the right need to adopt this, and they're not.
Yeah, so he is getting frustrated because Stephen is being unresponsive, and he's saying, and to his credit, he's saying, I don't want to answer this question. But this can just move on if he just, I'm not going to answer that question. But that is what he's doing. He's saying, I don't want to answer that question. I'm not going to talk about this. And you can say that's whatever. Like, you could say that that's base, and we should be not even considering this as a question. We shouldn't even be addressing this. But then the conversation needs to end, because we're no longer actually talking to each other, because he's saying, yeah, I understand the other side of this. I understand the other that. But and the thing is, Soypil even predicted this when he went into the whole exchange. He even said, I don't want to hear about the other side, right? And Stephen's just saying, like, I don't want to answer that question in so many words, right?
Obviously, but how do you think this is going to happen by your position? What do you think is going to happen?
Enough people
have you
will
accomplished
notice.
What?
Some reasonable people in the center will go, hey, that is kind of weird that Donald Trump is.
So he thinks so his argument here is specifically that this will have a better impact in terms of public perception. So ultimately, Soy Pill successful in grounding out, and then he immediately, right, because he heard that and he immediately says, okay, so you're trying to appeal to some normie rational people in the middle who will listen to you. So the minute he says that, I think Stephen's a little fucked, or sorry, in this specific dialogue. Once you've granted that this is that the whole point of this is to appeal to the moderate rational individual or whatever, now don't you have to make an empirical case or some kind of convey some kind of case or reason why you think this is the approach that will most likely convince moderates or middle type people? Because once you've committed yourself that this is why I support this, and I support it because I think it will appeal to the moderate, not to the person on the right. Haven't you opened the door to, like, okay, well, what's your case for that? Well, people will notice the hypocrisy. Well, what's your case for yourself? Well, what if they notice and they improperly think that you are in favor of this shit? Won't that aren't you worried about that risk? Why aren't you calculating that in? So I think this is a bit of a W in the sense that Soy Pill has achieved at least a stated position that what's inspiring this, or what's the reason behind it, allegedly, you can believe it or not. You can say it's just emotional. You can say it's just reactionary. You can say it's just speaking to prevailing sentiment in one region of the Democratic Party, which I understand and sympathize with. But that the stated purported basis of doing this kind of action is to appeal to the moderates and the people in the middle. If that's the goal, then why is your intuition one versus the other? Or like what is informing this conclusion that the strategy will work one versus the other?
Calling for violence to come down to this country. It's kind of strange. I don't really feel comfortable that my president isn't saying, hey, all of us need to calm down.
What reality do you think?
And then he goes back to, I don't feel comfortable. Well, I guess he's thinking about what the moderate would be thinking. So I guess it is topical.
These people don't notice that, and that you're highlighting it by not condoning violence.
Gone, that people on that other side can't do it, then I don't care anymore. I'd rather just play video games.
Okay. Well, my problem is that you imagine this world as, well, everyone's this online internet tuned in person. Meanwhile, finally, you're on these bigger platforms saying this thing, and this is the first
Why am I on
exposure.
these platforms? Why am I on the platforms?
Because they like the inflammatory rhetoric. That's why.
No, I get that, but like, that's assuming that staying on the offense is incompatible with condemning. I don't think that they are. I think you can do both.
Do you think if I said immediately, guys, there's another one, we all got to come around and disavow? Then
No,
what are you
but-
talking about? They just be going to Jimmy Kimmel?
No,
they'd
but
be
I
going to
think
random people on the
a
Twitter
bunch
lab?
of people watching you who are fans of you, have stuck around through all the bullshit you've done, are going to be like, oh shit,
Oh,
now
shit.
he's saying that maybe violence isn't
Oh,
so bad.
shit.
Maybe conservatives should be afraid,
Oh,
and might take the
shit.
wrong message from that.
So the soy is now saying, is this really the soy's position?
A bunch of people watching you who are fans of you, have stuck around through all the bullshit you've done, are going to be like, oh shit, now he's saying that maybe violence isn't so bad. Maybe conservatives should be afraid, and might take the wrong message from that.
So he is SP, who is my literal brother. He's my brother. Hutch is my boy. Ira is my dude. Soy Pill is my brother. My brother, the Soy Pill, is saying, I'm concerned that you actually will inspire your followers to do violence. I think that's good to say. I think that that's a little fucked. But if it's a genuine reflection, like, is that your intuition that the rhetoric used by Stephen is of a type that is apt to inspire people to violence? I don't think that that's true. Not anything I've heard.
I watch my community enough to know what their feelings are on political violence.
This is like the exact opposite of the argument you've made in the past, saying you're responsible for the behavior of community. And you need to turn down.
Oh, now, oh God.
If my community was turning into a community of political violence, I would be incredibly worried.
Well, it's only been a couple weeks, so I hope we don't have to see that.
It's been a year since the firefighter sitting, and it's been 10 years.
You didn't advocate for political violence then. You didn't refuse to.
He didn't advocate for it here though either.
Disavow. You were making fun of people, which
he did refuse to disavow. I actually disagree with him there. So this is like a repeat of the Cory Competore. That's what people don't understand, is it is a essentially 1-for-1 repeat of the Cory Competore thing. So it's the exact same thing, and I condemned his response then too. I condemned the lack of condemnation. But we had this discourse before, so I think that this is wrong on two fronts. That there's some sort of significant distinction other than the press coverage of Stephen's statement here, and also that his statements amount to advocating for violence. I think that that's granting the right. I mean, this is an example of Stephen's critique, which I think is true, which is you are granting the right wing what their premise is. I mean, you're basically saying that the right wing is accurate when they say that you're advocating for violence, and I don't agree with that. I think it's granting them way too much. Way too much.
10 years.
Well, it's only been a couple weeks, so I hope we don't have to see that.
It's been a year since the firefighter sitting, and it's been 10 years.
You didn't advocate for political violence then. You didn't refuse to disavow.
You didn't advocate for political violence then, but that's suggesting that he's advocating for political violence now, and I haven't heard him advocate for political violence. Advocating for political violence, in my opinion, sounds like you should do this, you should do that. We want this. We want da 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 da. Maybe at some level of moral justification, you could say it amounts to an implicit advocation of violence, but you'd have to point to the statements. I'm not aware of them.
We're making fun of people, which
yeah,
you
and
I both agree we can mock things.
For political violence right now. Why would I advocate?
You're refusing to condemn it on.
So he's denying that he's advocating for it, and I largely agree. I don't see an advocation for violence as relates to these Charlie Kirk comments. I haven't seen that.
You're making people that I detest look better than you and have the moral high ground.
That's different. That's not advocating violence. That's saying that you're making people look better and you're making conservatives look more sane. I would almost even agree with that, but that's just different than what you just said. And I think that was probably true of the Cory Competore thing as it is now. That's what I'm saying. It's a repeat discourse, but it isn't accurate to say, I think, that it's advocating violence.
That's how bad it looks.
Then be better. Have some integrity. And
I have the integrity. I'm asking you to have some.
Constantly.
Right. I would agree with that, Aaron. Advocating would be an affirmative claim, not just excusing, downplaying, not condemning.
When these guys are over here clapping for evangelicals,
why do I have to clean up your shit because you're not responsible enough to just say one thing?
Donald Trump was a woman after
you are preaching to the choir.
Okay. I mean, the conversation at this point has broken down. There's no communication happening, et cetera, et cetera. Aaron, are you online?
All of this already. I'm saying that you are part of my community and I need to clean this up. All right, whatever. Type 1 to the deep state.
Okay, I mean, I don't think that was a useful exchange. Other than, I think Soy Pill is correct, I think, on a fundamental point, which is that to believe that the course of conduct suggested, or at least, again, to the extent that I can understand the course of conduct that's being recommended, it is something like condition your condemnation on some other action from some other group, and either that is it, or like don't say it in response to some violence, or like don't, or some demand for it, or don't say it in response to people asking for it on Piers Morgan's show. There's some version of that, and I don't think it's being lived up to, because I think there is condemnation of the Charlie Kirk assassination coming from Stephen and from DGG. And they're just like not using those specific words, I condemn or I disavow this specific assassination. Like those words aren't literally being used, but I still think there's a condemnation. But regardless of what you view the prescription or insight to be, and frankly, if you had to, what I think is actually going on, it's very emotional. And it's emotional based on some place of genuine frustration and righteous indignation having to do with, I'm repeating myself, a ridiculous performance, a ridiculous absurdity that we're all witness to. And so that is things I very much understand. But the useful thing I think that Soy Pill extracted was this is about at least on paper, the reason is not emotional. At least on paper, the reason is not lashing out. The reason is having to do with priors about how moderates and rational centrists or rational Republicans will react. And that being the stated rationale of what's going on here, the stated rationale of why one would take one approach versus the other, I'm just not convinced by that. I'm not convinced that whatever the prescription is, as it's been described to me, is the best way to respond to these tragedies, to achieve appealing to moderates and rationals. Which almost, like, by definition, if you voted for Trump, would you be considered a rational person in the middle, according to Steven? Probably not, right? So, especially when so much, I think, of voting is appealing to irrational people, not rational people. And if you're appealing to irrational people, like, what's your best case that this is the right thing to do? I'm not convinced by that. But that's the useful thing, I think, that Soy Pill extracted. And I think that the comparison to the double standard of DG potentially in condemning violent rhetoric, specifically of the left, as relates to Hassan and others, but not alleged violent rhetoric, because I don't want to mischaracterize or misattribute whatever that is, because I don't think that, for example, what he said about Rick Scott is violent rhetoric. I think that's preposterous to say that's violent rhetoric. So I think it depends on what statement you're trying to parse out. But potential inconsistency in how they deal with violent rhetoric from the left on their terms, but violent action by the left doesn't seem to get the same response in front of a knowing audience. But yeah, that's kind of my take on this. I've heard your general stance on the point, but I don't know if you've answered to the gauntlet of flipping all these arguments over. I've gone through, and we're going to have a hiatus on this topic. At least 2 weeks hiatus. Again, if Aaron wants to bring it up, if Lib and Learn want to bring it up, I'll have the conversation if they want to, but like, it's just, at this point, it's been overdone. And I don't want to be, like, I actually do think that there's a genuine critique of the left kind of eating their own in some ways that aren't necessary or useful. And I don't need to, like, just rehash this conversation over and over and over and over and over. I don't think it's useful. Did you see Crowder being confronted on Piers Morgan for advocating for defensive violence that is legal? No. Should we watch it? What's the benefit of giving them exactly what they asked for without any concession on their side? Well, I just don't view it. What's the value? What's the benefit of giving them exactly what they? Well, I just don't view it like that. I view that condemning this kind of thing is useful to signal to your audience what your actual beliefs are. So I think that there's some value extracted from having your audience reflect your beliefs. To the extent that you want to be an influencer, you want to influence them to do good things and to say good things and not bad things. And I think it's a good thing to condemn this kind of violence. So that's one benefit. I don't view it as a kind of bilateral situation in that sense, where we're just appealing to another party. We're appealing to people who are unaffiliated, people who are and maybe your followers even, right? So I think that there's a benefit to condemning violence separate and apart from any concession on the other side, because it leaves you better off than the alternative. That's my intuition. My intuition is condemning it without concession and unequivocally leaves you better off, all else equal. Both in the short term and the long term. I don't view the strategy of conditioning condemnations as likely to achieve long-term or short-term goals. If I did, I would maybe support it. Like, if I was convinced that withholding condemnations would lead to the long-term betterment of the country, perhaps I would be in support of it. I just haven't, that case I don't think has been successfully made to me. It's possible you can make on, but yeah. That doesn't answer the point of my question. Yeah, so the point is, like, what's the benefit? Right, so what they ask for without any concession on their side. If you don't, you're worse off, right? Like, they're going to continue to double down regardless. So you're not doing the condemnation to get a concession from the other side. That I think is the difference here, and what people are like. Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to get a concession, regardless of your actions, from the other side. I don't think you're going to get a concession based on condemnation or lack of condemnation. So the only question left, so to be clear, Scuzzy, about where I stand, I don't think you're going to get a condemnation one way or the other, either in the short term or the long term, based on your refusal to condemn. And so, given that outcome, are you better off condemning by yourself or not? And I think you are. That's my intuition. I haven't seen like a really case like for why I think that intuition is wrong. You know, like, yeah, granted, you're not going to get a concession by condemning political violence. They're not going to be more likely to appeal to you in the sense of the Republican Party. I'm just like, the question is, what should you rationally do, right? You should rationally do the thing that leaves you better off, right? Better off meaning more aligned with some kind of code or standard, and that standard being presumably like keeping the country together and maximizing good outcomes for people. Right? I assume that someone, you have those goals, and this is like this is what I think a lot of people feel, right? Don't condemn, bitch move. That I think is actually a lot what's going on here. Is it feels fucking so fucked, right? That like we have to live in this world where we're pretending that we're even like close to comparable, or that we ought to be in mourning or whitewashing this person, and look at what the fucking president is doing. So I understand this feeling, right? I do think it's a feeling, right? I think it's a genuine feeling, one that's based in reality, and fucking I understand it. But the question is like, what leaves you better off? If you think that you're better off just saying, not going to condemn political violence until they condemn it first, like, because it'll appeal to more people, maybe you do. I don't have that intuition. You have it. I don't. And it's not, people say, oh, and then they go to this. How many times, you can just say with the other guy who just came in, who super chatted, I thought it was really great. I've already condemned it. I'm not going to do this show with you. Like, let's not, I'm not, all you have to do is condemn it once. And be like, yeah, I've already condemned it. What, like, and now we have to do this performance, and that gives you just like, I think that's fine. And you condemn it not because there's a value add to it, because you look more, you're like, you look better. I think you look better. It's actually something you believe, right? It's actually true, and so you're saying true things, which I think spreading truth probably is probably some utility there, right? Some value that you're adding by spreading the truth, spreading the good word to more people. And so in every respect, I just don't see the case that it makes you worse off, right? I don't see that case. But I understand the sentiment. We shouldn't let the left be defined by how the right portrays it. Yeah, don't let the left be defined by how the right portrays it. Like, I don't think that you should. I don't think that you should let the right portray you the way you want. Like, just you condemn it because that's your value. It's your value. You're not condemning in response to someone else. It's actually the opposite, right? It's actually it's the direct opposite, Jay. But I understand why it's like the frustration. I really want to say that, like, I do think that Destiny is speaking to a genuinely held righteous indignation that wants, I think correctly, to see more offense and more base rhetoric and more taking up of the mantle offensively, which I totally understand. But the way you put it, Jay, is actually the opposite. If you're refusing to say something that's actually part of your identity, which is a condemnation of political violence, then you are consciously letting the other side define who you are. You understand that? If that is the issue. And I think you could say, of course I condemn violence. I've already done it. I think that would be true of Stephen. Even on the Piers Morgan discussion. I think that's true. I think he did condemn it. I just, for whatever reason, they don't want to say I condemn, I disavow. I think that has something to do with the kind of emotional stuff that I was talking about before. An emotion that's based in sentiment, that's based in what I take to be like an honest to God resentment that's also like foundationally correct. By correct, I mean like it's one that I also feel and think that is justified. So yeah, I'm not saying that your feelings are. It makes you feel like a cuck because the moment that you let your opposition put confines on how you go about disagreeing with them, it feels like you've already lost. Yeah, I think it feels that way, but I just don't let it. Right? Just be like, yeah, fucking sucks that Kirk was assassinated. I'm not gonna fucking put my flags at half mast. It's not how I feel. And can we talk a little bit about the fucking canceling of Jimmy Kimmel? Can we talk a little bit about government overreach and how you motherfuckers are calling for civil war every day? Can we talk about that? And so there's nothing about condemning the violence that necessarily condemns you to be a cuck. That's just like an arbitrary thing, especially because you've already condemned it. That community, overwhelmingly, Stephen himself, they've condemned it already. Did that make them cucks? Were they cucks when they condemned? No. They don't become cucks because they condemn. And because they already condemned, right? Unless you're calling everyone who said it was bad and shouldn't have happened a cuck. So I am very sympathetic. I'm very sympathetic to people's angers, emotions, and sentiment in that respect. I know usually I'm like more of a line by line, like let's analytically examine everything. But I am very, no one more than me, liberal surrender hands, no one more than me understands this anger at this shit. I mean, you knew what I was doing for years before the election. I was trying to make it that Trump was not elected. I was trying to advocate that he's the worst. And even after, I'm now rededicating my life to try to give good messaging, based messaging on Trump and the kind of overreaches. So I understand totally where this is coming from in that sense. But the fundamental problem, I think, continues to be, where's the intuition that conditioning one's disapproval, disavowal, leads to more likeliness to appeal to moderate, central, rational types. I think we need to act as though we're appealing to irrational, silly people who don't pay attention to politics. The people who are already like very tuned in and online overwhelmingly vote left wing. Like, if the more tuned into politics you are, the more dedicated voter you are, the more likely you are to be a Democrat. So I'm not convinced that this strategy will be helpful, but I understand it. Think about how it must have felt to be asked, do you support the troops, for voicing opposition to the Iraq war? The suggestion that you were saying you didn't support the troops is offensive. Right, but then you would just say, of course I support the troops. How dare you make that implication? I've already supported the troops, and I believe I am supporting the troops by doing this right now. And so this is a great point, I think, from Aaron. And what I would just say is like, yeah, that's how we should act now. Is like, how dare you say I'm not willing to condemn violence? Of course, I already did, but I'm not going to be part of this performance because what you're doing is going to lead to more situations like Charlie Kirk. I think that's a base response, Aaron. It's a combination of what the other guy said too, before, that I thought I really liked. Was like, I already condemned it. So like, yeah, I think this is a great comparison. And I think it was Hell's Advocate. It's this guy. This guy said it. Yeah, I think this was a good response. If the right was normal, he would condemn four pyres. I don't know what that means. Four pyres. I don't think it's true that more people who are paid more attention are more likely to be Democrats. I'm just referring statistically to the people who are more like regular voters and who are more tuned into politics. I think that there's a statistical backing of this, that they're more likely, regular voters are more likely to be Democrat, that irregular voters at this point have turned to be more Republican. Is that true? If the right was normal, he would condemn four peers. Pierce? He would condemn four peers? You guys, you paid money for this. You paid money for me to read this, Blue. I don't want to debate the statistics, though. I mean, that's a low degree of confidence that I said what I said to whoever was questioning it. But I don't really want to debate polling. Maybe there's a poll or something. You could just send it to me or whatever. I condemned 4 peers, 3 peers, or 5 peers. I think he's saying if Pierce had been a normal person that wasn't a deranged right-wing apologist, Stephen would likely have condemned there. Oh, yeah. Okay. I understand, but I kind of take peers as given. Take peers as given. What should you do? And then you have your own little matrix, right? Your little game theory matrix. And the question is, do you produce a better result on Piers Morgan by doing X, Y, Z, D, E, F? You must construct additional peers. So you do your little game theory thing. You do your little prisoner's dilemma thing, and you see, well, what produces the good outcome. And hopefully there's some intuition or some case that you can make that it actually does improve results to do one versus the other. Because people don't even seem to grant that it's possible that it could be worse results, right? This is what the question I would ask if we weren't doing a moratorium on this discussion for a little bit. Did I shit talk Jesus? Dude, you're shit talking Jesus? What? What did I say? What did I say? Jesus. Oh, did I say Jesus? My bad. That's not shit talking Jesus. It's just invoking him and saying, Jesus, save me. Save this person. Save me from this shit. What was I about to say? God damn. Oh, this is the question that I would want to ask to someone if this wasn't a moratorium subject for a little bit. I think that there should be a 2-week moratorium. I'm going to call for a complete and total shutdown of this discourse after this stream for 2 weeks. The question I would want to ask is, if I could prove that this kind of rhetoric would turn off voters more than it would turn on voters, or turn off people more than it would turn on people, this strategy, would you still support it? And if the answer to that question is no, then it seems like the dispositive factor is what our intuition is on what will appeal or turn away the most people, right? The people are aroused. They're very aroused, incredibly aroused. So yeah, I don't think that acknowledging that there's at bottom of an empirical data-based question at the heart of this is what's going to appeal or push away certain people in the middle, right? And then additionally, there's the problem of even defining the scope of the prescription. Is it that we don't use the specific words to disavow and condemn? Is that the scope of the prescription? Is it don't do it in direct response to someone asking for you to do it? Is it don't do it if you're an influencer but politicians should preemptively do it? Is it do it but combine it with some other statement of offense? Is it only do the offensive statement and say out loud that you will withhold the condemnation until someone else does it first? So I just think there's a lot of talking, even putting aside the issue of where it rises, what would it take to prove one thing versus the other. Empirically, there's just like a definitional issue of like what should happen. Basically, taking Collins, I can for a little tiny bit, but only Collins that I like. Is this the Michael Ling from that you debated? Are you the law guy who debated? Did you debate? The issue is that we have good evidence from the last few decades that no matter what Dems say, the betrayal of Dems doesn't change. The tragedy of Republicans. So this is the kind of, and I'm not saying emotional to be a bad thing. This is, I think, a true statement. So I don't think this is false. In the sense that it doesn't change. The Democrats condemn and like the Republican betrayal doesn't change. But that's not inconsistent with anything I'm saying, right? It's not inconsistent to say their response doesn't change, but it's, our response is still optimal. And when you say it's untenable, I need to know more what you mean by untenable. You mean it's untenable as in it can't go on this way? By which you mean it's not optimal that it go on this way, that there's some better strategy, right? Like it's all coming down to the same thing. And I appreciate the super chat, by the way. Naomi? I agree with the first statement. I agree with the second statement. But the untenable part, that's the kind of like, well, is there a better strategy? And that's what needs to be shown to me. Or you need to convey that intuition to me. Because it's not clear to me. Just because the last few decades, no matter what we say, the portrayal doesn't change. Just because the strategy of the Republicans doesn't change, doesn't mean that the Dems and media, by condemning preemptively or condemning unequivocally, that they're not engaged in the most beneficial strategy to themselves. But thank you for the super chat. You debated Ryan. I'm in the same mic in your... Oh, you're Mike. You are Mike. Wait, is this Mike the same Mike? And you're the Mike that you've always been? You've always been the Mike? You've always been this Mike? Mike, who's been in the Discord, is the same Mike who debated Lactoid, and the same Mike? You're the same Mike? Sure, but how long do you want to go on before we try something else? Well, I mean, this proves too much, Naomi. I think it proves too much. Because it's like, okay, well, have you tried having every Democrat do porn? Have you tried everyone like doing an OnlyFans together? Have we tried like everyone celebrating the death? Have we tried us actually engaging in violence? Like, just because we haven't tried, like, I need more than just we haven't tried it. So do something like X isn't working, so let's try something else. You get me? So whatever the intuition is that you need to convey, it can't just be we should try something else because what we're doing right now isn't working. There needs to be an alternative. Like, I think that's a good question to start. Mike from CA. Holy crap, Mike from CA. Yeah, you can join one of the Discord channels and I'll bring you in if you want. What was I fucking saying? I was saying something. That's a good place to start an investigatory question. Like, clearly what we're doing isn't working. So something's wrong. But, you know, people didn't seem to agree. Like, when I was like, clearly what Schumer's doing is not working, look at the results. It is kind of true, but it doesn't mean necessarily because Schumer's not working, we should all jump to Hassan Leninism or whatever, right? It's just an observation that maybe the Democrats aren't employing a perfect strategy. But that lack of perfect strategy might not be the lack of condemnation, maybe some other aspect, right? And this is also entirely true from Aaron. I also think it's a bad idea to get at odds with peers. You need peers on your side, 100%. Yeah. I think that there's a peers management problem. Peers management problem. You need peers to be in your confidence. And you need to, that means pretending to answer his questions or to humor his questions and say your question is very important and you know I've always thought it's important, Piers, and I've always praised you for having such questions, and in fact you've been consistent on this from day one. I think that there's a peers management issue on that show often from some guests. Some guests do it well, some don't do it well. And but I think that a lot of the feeling has to do with how Piers is managed and weaponized. He's one of those wild cards that you need to. He's very much MAGA sycophantic, but he loves himself more than anything else, right? He adores himself. So I think you need to use that. All right, Mike is in the disagreement, so I'll move him in. He'll be the only caller, so no one else join. Mike from CA, how you doing, bud? I didn't know it was you.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I guess I should have made that clear at some point. But
I didn't know you were Mike. You're the real Mike.
Yeah, I'm the Mike.
Okay.
I mean, it's a pretty uncommon name, so I figured you'd figure it out. But yeah, I guess you need the help.
Yeah, I do need the help sometimes. I thought you did wonderfully in your debate. I think it was over the CASA decision. I forget what it was. Was it the
Yeah. I debated Ryan over the CASA decision. I also debated Lactoid on the nationwide injunction decision. I mean, I've wanted to talk to Ryan for a long time about his whole originalism shtick and everything, and I think he's just going further and further to the right.
Every day, just watching the kind of shit. And at this point, even just what he's had to say about the First Amendment stuff this week, just yeah, he's technically like quoting fire and saying this is wrong, but just how he says it is so indicative of what his mind is at. And he's always replying to these conservative chats trying to say like, pick me. I've never seen greater pick me energy, if I'm being real. But that said, he's still a show frenemy, and I love debating with him. He also is insufferable in many ways, and very, I think, soy and gets outraged and shit, and tries to talk shit as well, and gets a big head. But again, he's a good friend of me.
Yeah, I agree. I think I think his voice is important to be represented in this space.
Sure.
I agree that like sometimes like when I was talking to him, he's like very cordial, like very professional. But then like on Twitter, he's like crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Not many such cases.
Yeah. But anyway, I wanted to talk a bit about something I think, and so we never talked about politics. I mean, I guess if you watched my debate with Ryan, you could gather where I am on most things. But just to be super clear, I agree with you on almost all policy positions.
Hell yeah.
I'm, very much a Democrat, et cetera. But the disagreement I wanted to talk about, which I think is a disagreement, and it's not a strongly held position, so I'm super open to you talking me out of it, is that like, I've been getting super blackpilled on sort of the Democratic view on the federal government. And, more and more I'm starting to think that the states' rights people were right. And
yeah,
like I think as Democrats, we got kind of high on sort of the civil rights, starting from the civil rights movement, both in the Supreme Court and outside of it, right? Like expanding congressional power to pass legislation that allows the federal government to, to achieve progress. A lot of great things, but then in doing so, we vested just too much power in the federal government.
I totally agree. I think that there's been significant movement on because I used to be much more unitary. In fact, I think at some point in my cringe past, I was advocating that we should have a unitary government, like they do in France or some shit like that.
Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know if I was that far, but that was common among like Democrats and liberals, because we were like, why not have a federal government that like provides for rights and a social safety net for everyone?
Yeah, I think law school tempered that a lot. I would say pre-law school. Excuse me, sorry. I'm checking wrong. Pre-law school, I was much more like, these states are just totally arbitrary, and the lines are arbitrary for sure. But every like line, I guess, is arbitrary. Borders are, in some sense, in terms of like where they originate. They're accidents of history, of circumstance, of one invasion over the other. So there's some like truth that perhaps there's some arbitrariness to the lines, and that this isn't really fair. But law school, I think, tempered a lot of like that and my unitary thoughts, and then Trump term 1 tempered it a lot. And then Trump term 2 is making me like full on being like, yeah, the states, the split of sovereignty is vital. And have you ever heard the phrase like, this is why we can't have nice things?
Yeah.
And it has to do, I think, with the where the courts are at in terms of their interpretation of executive theory, which is, I think, really bad. And if this is what they interpret the executive power to mean, then like, holy shit, what if we didn't have states? Or what if the states meant like practically nothing? And they don't, and I think you would agree, like states retain a great deal of sovereignty, even currently, even now. Imagining that being lessened even more is fucking crazy. And then just the amount of power the president has had and how he's corruptly been able to use it. I think that separating the polities, separating them significantly makes sense. And so I'm much more states' rights than I was, in college. And even I would say in Trump term 2, I've been constantly doing the refrain of states' rights more than I used to. So I don't think I disagree with anything you just said.
So let me try and go even further then. And I guess like paint a picture of like what I think the path forward for the country would ideally be. Almost like a utopic, it might not even be possible because it requires significant constitutional amendment. But I think, what if we just completely get rid of the commerce power and completely like revamp the spending and taxing power, so that basically the federal government can't spend for the general welfare, only for like very specific things. and then we completely get rid of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, Obamacare, all of that, and then have the states. So like the states will then provide, Medi-Cal or whatever, and state provided Social Security. Even things like the FDA, right, Food and Drug Safety, would be state administered. And that would probably result in a huge increase in state taxes, huge decrease in federal taxes. And the federal government just does things like national defense, border stuff, maybe some EPA stuff for like rivers and forests that, span multiple states. But then literally everything else is state funded, state taxed, state everything. I mean, you'd have to obviously amend the Constitution to get there, but
yeah.
What do you think about that?
So if we could snap our fingers to do it, as I sit here right now, I'm against it. But like we're gonna put our kind of how to get there shoes away, right? Because you're basically saying don't worry about how we would get there, just assess it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As I assess it, I think that the kind of actions that Trump term 2 have been refraining from implementing as much, or where there's a great deal of pressure to refrain from touching it, have been, even though they've tried, they've poked at the outer edges of Social Security for sure. They've fucked with their adjudication stuff with Social Security. They famously, decreased benefits of Medicaid, that kind of shit under the Big Beautiful Bill or whatever. But the totally like no, what is it called? Where programs are not means tested. The non-means tested programs, Social Security and Medicare, they've not been totally fucked with, right? A little bit on the edges for sure, significantly. But those are two things where I think that there's a collective action problem to have these kinds of pension plans or systems that persist into the future. There's a lot of people moving between state lines, that just make state running of these kinds of goods, these social insurance systems, very, very difficult. And so like
the reason why,
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I get that it'd be super difficult for states to run, but a lot of states, I mean, have economies and sizes that are comparable to many other countries that manage to have social safety nets and all of these government services. So I was just thinking from the perspective of California or New York, right? Like California could easily do everything a sovereign country needs to do to provide for its people.
Yeah, no doubt. But I guess the question would be like, for purposes of, let's talk about social insurance and specifically pension, Social Security. Say that you're in California and they have their state equivalent Social Security based on state-run taxes. Won't it incentivize? The states will start to approximate more like countries, right? And the states will the notions of, because if you leave California, it's not like this whatever money you paid into that system is going to be transferable to the other state. And then we're starting to anticipate, okay, well, it should be transferable. Well, that assumes that the other state even has a pension scheme similar to that. Or like, what is the state of California still going to be extracting taxes from you when you're making income in Texas? Or like, are we going to get rid of these kinds of defined benefit programs and just do some kind of like market system where it's all operating as a kind of investment or like an individual account pension system type thing, like a 401k type situation? And that kind of limits, I think, some. So I'm seeing a lot of those problems, and I do think that there are collective action problems as between the states, including things that you've referenced specifically, like Social Security, Medicare.
But couldn't you? I mean, the EU manages to accomplish something similar with a shared currency and a shared economic system, but they have a lot of sovereignty within the different countries, and they all provide for their citizens in different ways.
Yeah, I think that there's in the case of the European Union, I'm not going to say exclusively, but there are notions of, there's nationalities within these countries that, like, I don't know, do you feel the same kind of allegiance to your state of California as one would feel to the state of France in the EU context? It feels like, yes, French people are allowed to work and travel within the EU, and they're allowed to go different places. But there is a notion, there's a real notion of what it is to be a French citizen. And that in America, purposely, we've created a system and a people that think of themselves as unified and interchangeable. You can go to one state, the other state, and try new things and whatever. And there is not this same loyalty, I think, to one state that used to exist in our country's history, and certainly like as compared, I think, to the EU nations. And that might make certain states fail, right? If they're unable to receive benefits from the collective, it might really put them at a disadvantage and really fuck over a lot of people.
So I agree that, obviously, like, we share a language, right? The way that the European countries don't. But I do think, people do have pride in their state or even their city or their locality. But I think the bigger issue is, like, America is such a big country, both geographically and population wise. And it just seems like as time goes on, people get more and more divided. You could blame the internet, social media, but I think it's also just population growth. And, sort of the more people you have, the harder it is to be unified, right? That's sort of axiomatically true. So then if you allow people to sort of concentrate in ways where you can be with the people that think like you, because like there's some red states that don't want, they don't want Obamacare, then they don't need to have Obamacare, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like, even if they don't have the resources to provide for socialized healthcare, people who don't want that can go there. So, and we could talk about why this is the case, but the states that have people who do want socialized healthcare typically are economically capable of providing for that.
Mm. Yeah, I think that this is a kind of unfair argument because we haven't tried your approach, but I think that certain approaches, certain collective problem. Oh, I guess you already referenced it because you still think under the federal purview should be things like environmental regulations and wildlife, that kind of shit. Things that
things that basically are quite literally
military
interstate.
Defense.
Yeah. Because like we can't, when people talk about the divorce, like Texas seceding or California seceding, or like, what do you do with the nukes, right? Like that's impossible to handle. But to step back into the how do we get there? I mean, imagine a Democratic Party that, you don't run on, we're going to get rid of this stuff, but like you run on, the federal government has gone too far. We need to start dialing things back, and then you just incrementally start dismantling the federal government while simultaneously, right? Almost like a corporate merger or corporate dissolution, where like, let's say, to use the FDA as an example, right? You have all these qualified employees, you have all this data, all this information, and then you just tell the states like, hey, if you want to do your own FDA, we, the federal government, will support you in that transition. Like, we'll give you all the information we have. We'll give you everything we've learned. And
you would undo the FDA? That. What about like copyright law? What about shit like that? IP patents?
Yeah, I think I don't know what the Article 1 power the FDA is under, but copyright and intellectual property law are their own
they have
separate
their independent
Article
power,
1 power.
But we're talking about a reformation. Would IP be its own, putting aside the independent constitutional basis for IP? Would you support a federal government overseeing that?
I think either that, or you would just have a treaty the way we have international IP treaties. Because like that's how IP law works between the U.S. and Germany as well.
I forget the name of isn't there like a B treaty in the 70s that we? I forget the name of it. Interesting idea. I think that as I sit here, I think that the country would be made worse off. We're the most powerful country in the world because we've created interstate highways. We've done things as one nation, and I think back to the times of mass sectarianism. Aren't you worried, as the framers were, about emphasizing local alliances and splitting up the union, because it would encourage consortiums of states to band together, have independent like alliances and shit like that, and without a robust federal government with wide enforcement authority, these kinds of things might split apart our union. Are you worried?
I think so. I mean, I definitely think there's a balance. Like, I don't think we should return to the Articles of Confederacy. Like, I think we need a constitution and we need a federal government. But, I mean, the Commerce Clause and the spending and taxing power have just been expanded so much that
I just feel like we'll just recreate these systems. Like it'll just be in the interest of states to have independent confederations and agreements to align regulation and align just for efficiency gains. You know, I understand you're saying it'll all be voluntary, but there'll be some giving up of sovereignty just to align to some separate confederacy, and we'll just be recreating interoperable systems that could be existing under a federal purview.
Yeah, I mean, I see that happening. I just feel like there's no unified path forward at this point. Like, if we're talking about a Democratic politician, I mean, like either you do grievance politics, which is what a lot of people are talking about right now, right? Like, let's say we have a 2028 election, a Democrat gets elected. Should that politician, well, I'm sure the answer for both of us is no, but there are a lot of people who think that that Democratic president should pressure the FCC into doing literally what happened to Jimmy Kimmel, but and that like that's only going to exacerbate the divide, right? But however, if a Democrat comes into office and we Democratic control of the Congress and whatever, and you don't do that, right? You go back to like the Joe Biden, like, well, let's all be unified, and that's super soy, like, we're not going to do grievance politics, we're just going to whatever, then the right's just going to keep quadrupling down anyway. It's like a lose-lose.
Yeah, but I'm not convinced your solution will stop sectionalism and grievance politics. I think it might increase them and exacerbate them and increase regional tensions and start to recreate some of the issues with pre-Civil War America, which was a lot less unified, and there were a lot less. We didn't even have a federal control or federal operation of immigration for the longest time. So I think that there's something to be said that I think you're accurate in tracking my movement towards being more states' rights, but it's more states' rights on heading off some of my more fanciful unitary ambitions back in the day. But I don't want that to be an invitation to just heedlessly ignore the cautions of the Federalist Papers and the fear of balkanization, of federation, confederation, that kind of stuff. And these kinds of public, I think my notion of collective action problems is more than just the birds, the bees, the trees, climate change. I think it has something to do with, unifying economic activity and health outcomes. I think it is a broader conception, but I'll think more about it. I have to bounce. I have to go I'm late for a lunch, but we should keep the conversation
thanks for
going.
chatting.
Yeah, this was great.
Yeah.
And by the way, folks, you should really watch Ryan and Lactoid get completely bodied. It's a WIC panel, I think. They get completely bodied by Mike, and it was just a really great showing. And so I really appreciated you, doing that.
Yeah. All right. Looking forward to chatting again.
All right. Peace
See
out.
ya.
We'll talk soon. Bye-bye. All right, folks. I got to go. I'm sending you over to Hutch. Hutch, my boy. I love you guys very much, and I always have. Have you loved me? Have you subbed today? Have you followed my TikTok? Pisco Liddy TikTok, Pisco Liddy Instagram. If you've done that today, you've done a good thing, because we support the Constitution, we support the Republic, and we'll always, always back your rights. Rated. Bye, Gina. Oh, Jinster, sorry. We'll talk soon.